Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to GeekWatch, a subsidiary of the monastery, the open bar of the internet. I am your one and only gaming monk, better known as Mildra, and with me, I have 1, 2, 3, 4 good brothers. Ha 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 ha! We have our resident guide through your VTubers and your manga dubs. Good brother John.
Hello.
We have the only man who laughs harder at the Toronto Maple Leafs than me. Good brother Matty.
Hello.
We have our resident cosplay man and man coming in with a steel chair. Good brother Slick Rick.
The steel chair. Disapproved by every convention I've been to, except for the ones in Georgia for some reason.
Have you been to a Waffle House?
I said convention.
Same diff.
Ironically enough, they had it. MomoCon this year, they had a whole entire backdrop for photo shoots based on Waffle House.
I saw that. I saw the photo of that floating around.
Hey, it's
And
approved by FEMA. And the man of 1,000 runes, the CEO of Zidare Enterprises, and the bane of my fucking existence, Good Brother Xanatrix.
So Dari Enterprises would like to welcome you all to a happy, day. I don't know. We don't really have a message today. It's been one of those days. Also, fuck Discord.
So it has been a while since we've tackled anything Toku related on GeekWatch. I think it's been a few months at the very least. I'd have to double check, and it's a little hard to do that when I'm in the middle of the show, obviously. But while there are some reconstructions that could possibly be done down the road, I just need a sufficient amount of alcohol. In fact, before we went live, I was telling John that I'd considered Nin Ninja for reconstruction, but that requires me to go rewatch Nin Ninja, and
Don't.
Honestly,
Simply
That's
put,
his point.
don't.
I would rather deep throat a cactus.
I told John I'm gonna need to borrow some of that Four Loko if I do that.
I
Look,
would
there's a
rather
reason-
deep throat a cactus.
There's a reason why we declare that year of Toku to be torture.
Mm-hmm.
It
And a
was
war
definitely
crime.
one of the worst, and we'll be getting to that later.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Now, I will always lean towards Kamen Rider when it comes to my enjoyment of tokusatz, and
That and Garo.
yeah, and not just because of darker tone or something like that, but because of the fact that it's had a very fascinating lifetime. You know, from the early days of the Showa period to the unfortunately named Dark Ages because of one fucking comedian, or
Do we light him on fire?
Hmm?
Do we light him on fire?
No, we can only do that once.
That's not true. You can light him on fire, extinguish him, and light him on fire again.
He's in
The
jail
fact
right now,
that-
though.
The fact that his character got referenced in one of the Heisei Generations movies still fascinates me to this day.
Oh, it certainly wasn't one I was directing, because if I was, I would have given him the same treatment that one comedian gets in Blade 2, where he just keeps getting his ass kicked. Even at the very end, and Blade's like, "What? You thought I forgot about you?" But, and of course, there's the fact that the resurgence in the Heisei era almost got cut off if it weren't for TV Asahi telling Shirakura, "No, we're continuing with Kamen Rider." And of course, right after that, he does when he's told we need to teach youth about justice, he does Ryuki, and I made a whole meme out of that back during the OG Toku Riffs era.
Yep. And I
was
believe we've already reconstructed that one.
Yeah.
So you
Yep.
can pretty much imagine where that's going to be going on this list.
Now, I do.
Not at the lowest, because at least we were able to reconstruct it.
Yeah. Now I
Yeah.
do want to make a few caveats for this, because we are going to be ranking, and at the end of it, I'd like to show the thing, but unfortunately I can't spin that many plates at once, so I'm going to save showing the list for at the tail end of the show. Now, that being said, there are a few caveats that I've gone over with some of the people here. And I see Cure asking why Easy's not here. Easy's not in my server. And
and he's sleeping.
As Kira's rightfully pointed out.
Yeah. But there's a few caveats. Things that were remake movies or completely isolated movies or series are off the list. This means Amazon's off the list. This means The First and the Next also off the list.
And even the fan base at large, just so everybody knows, on the fan-run Kamen Rider wiki, do not consider these remakes as part of any era. They are in their own section. It is acknowledged quite widely that these are cool specials in some cases, and that they are not part of an actual era.
Those movies are like, especially the 1 hour movies between Black RX and Kuga, are in their own little bubble in a sense as well.
That's the Dark Ages that Monk was talking about, where Kamen Rider was basically destroyed thanks to one comedian making a parody of Kamen Rider and basically shitting all over the franchise. Kamen no Rider.
Yeah, basically we are doing what everyone considers the series, aka if you've seen Zio, you know all 20.
Yeah.
Anything that was actually airing during superhero time.
Yes.
The TV serializations would be the best way to put it.
Yep.
Yeah.
Now,
If you could watch it on TV in Japan, it's fair game.
now that being said, another rule that I'm putting in is we're looking at the totality of things. So both the actors, both the suit designs, storylines, musical identity, because Lord knows we talk about that enough on the show.
Yeah.
All of that
identity.
is playing a factor. One other thing I want to put in is each entry is relative to its era. So each entry from Phase 1 of Heisei, we're grading it relative to the other Phase 1 Heisei. We're not grading it compared to what comes in the Reiwa era or what was in the Showa era. This is not too far removed from the all scores relative to their series rule that SF Debris has with his Star Trek videos.
Yeah, basically we're treating every show as its own entity essentially. For those that need a translation.
Now, obviously, the grades are going to be S through F. Originally, I had thought about giving each one its own little title, a la what I did for 20 years of -5 stars, but I couldn't come up with enough names that were satisfying for each. I only came up with two. At the top, the Ishinomori tier, and at the bottom would have been the I think I called it Mr. Shirakura tier.
No, you said you originally said the Furbus tier, but I think the
Furbus.
Shirakura tier fits better.
I wanted to call the bottom tier the Michi's fault tier.
Yeah,
Because we always blame Michi.
Yes.
But you see, even with that in respect, I'm still going. Oh, we'll get there. Never mind. We'll get there. Never mind.
So the first one that we're starting off with, and obviously we're going in order with this, not alphabetical order, for the sake of my sanity, is Kamen Rider Kuga, the new hero, the new legend, which premiered in 2000.
Now, for this one, to get my early opinion out of the gate here, I mean, this was a Wild West territory for them. They had a basis to start with, and you could tell that still a lot of the Showa era mentality was still kind of in there, but they were trying to take it into a modern era. So it was a lot more, with a new setup. Instead of it being an android, it's an ancient technology. It's an ancient artifact. And instead of it being an evil organization, it's just a group of ancient creatures that just happen to be playing a death game.
And they haven't played in a while, and they wanted to get extra murdery.
I would say, like, bouncing off of John with that, because like it is so new, and yeah, I would say there's something we see a lot in the, especially early Phase 1, but it's prominent throughout Phase 1. If we have to be honest, they're trying to find the identity of the show. So Kuga is, I would say, it's more character driven than anything else.
Yeah, but they still were, unlike what we're going to see in later parts of Phase 1 Heisei, they were trying to find a new identity, but they were still holding on to at least some semblance of the Showa era, the Ishinomori era of Kamen Rider. There's still a lot of its
in that
fingerprints all over.
aspect, it's a good mixture of both.
Yeah.
Oh yes.
Because yes, there's some modern takes on what Kamen Rider is, but a lot of the old school stuff sticks around, but in a good way. It's not in the worst way.
They kept some of the things that people consider central to Kamen Rider, such as in some way, shape, or form, the powers a Kamen Rider gets are attached to the hazards that they have to fight.
Yeah.
That's a common theme throughout Kamen Rider in totality. So they kept it into the Heisei era, which is nice.
And some of you may recall the infamous rant I had done when I was running Rider and how that thing didn't have utility forms.
Yep.
Now, technically speaking, utility forms made their debut with Black RX. I know some people will point to Stronger. I don't count that. That was a power up. Utility forms are always a side grade. And
if you want the quintessential utility form, you can look at things like, there's so many throughout Heisei, aren't there?
Yeah.
Heisei really took that idea and ran with it.
Off the top of the head, we could, in early Heisei, there's a bunch of them. The one that always comes to mind for me is usually between Kiva and even with God. I could keep going. Like Deno had technically utility forms.
Yeah.
But one of the other things I do want to highlight is, and those of you who've read his mangas are well acquainted with this, there's always been an element of horror or horror adjacency with Ishinomori's work. Some of them definitely more than others. I'd say there's more of a horror element in, obviously, Skullman than there was in Cyborg 009. But there's always been a twinge of that. And if you go back and look at the Showa-era Kamen Rider, that is still very much present. But with Kuga, we had what was essentially a strong foundation. I know that Kyoryu in the chat says they didn't think Kuga would do well. That's not entirely the case. It was more that around that time they were doing a whole lot of throwback style projects. I think Sentai was doing a bit of a throwback around that time as well. And
I don't know, because I think at that time they were doing Time Ranger.
So, I believe so as well, yeah.
Yeah, it was Time Ranger because Abba Ranger was with Fives coming back. Yeah, it was Time Ranger.
Yeah. I only say that because when the Toku Network brought up the fact that Agito, which we'll get into in a bit, was planned on being the last one, it was more seen that Kuga and Agito would be this cute little throwback that they do for a bit and then not do.
Well, I would also like to point out that the other thing that ran in superhero time alongside Kuga was at first Go-Go 5.
Okay, then yeah.
Yeah.
Also, one of the big boons for the Kuga was its head writer, a name that any Sentai fan should be very fucking familiar with, Naruhisa Arakawa.
Before we go any further forward, Coops, background noise.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, let me fix that. I'm actually at a different place right now and on my laptop.
All right. Also, you win the Doku challenge.
Well, duh.
But yes, Naruhisa Arikawa, the man who got ran out and then they begged for him to come back.
Yep.
Toei just never learned. Like, you have the perfect man to handle Sentai right there in front of you, and for essentially his big Kamen Rider lead debut, I'd say he knocked it out of the fucking park.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
Now, for me personally, I would put put Kuga as a B. It is certainly good, but I'm putting it as a B because it was it was kind of the baseline that a lot of things would branch off from in the years since.
I would say that's fair.
I
think
would say
that's
that's
fair.
entirely fair because of the fact that you don't really have anything else from Heisei to compare it to, and if it's supposed to be the example, then as a baseline, B makes sense.
Yeah.
And plus, there are some nitpicks, I would say. Not so much negatives, but nitpick. It can be a little sluggish at times, but there are also times. But when it hits hard. Especially the one with the students getting killed off and where Kuga snaps. That episode hits hard.
Not to mention, this is kind of like something I note for everyone. I had recently watched this live with a couple of my family members who aren't big fans of a lot of stuff nowadays. Even they.
All right, guys, I'm being voluntold to do something. I'll be right back. S tier for Kuga, please. Not B tier, S tier. Thank you.
Well, this isn't a democracy, so.
Yeah. But trying to get back to point, I showed them Kuga, and besides like the hedgehog of death, the other thing we all kind of agree it was interesting to see how much correlation Kuga had with the police, especially around the time when they started realizing how deadly just like the standard kick was for him.
Yeah, when Mighty Form got his upgrade, when Amazing Mighty happened and he got his kick, or not Amazing Mighty,
I think it was right before that.
Rising Mighty. When Rising Mighty did his kick that literally nuked the entire area, they kind of realized, oh shit, this is serious. We got to be careful.
And we've only seen more powerful things come from later Kamen Riders, so clearly escalation has always been a part of the shows.
Yeah, but it felt natural though for this one. Where how many times have we seen blocks get destroyed like early on in the show, and then they died down?
So next is Kamen Rider Agito, which came around 2001, and Agito was definitely a case of the last one was a surprise hit. Let's do something like that. And there's always been this waffling back and forth about whether or not Agito was meant to be a direct sequel to Kuga at one point. This is also where the idea of secondary writers really started to manifest.
Yeah. Though unlike later secondary writers where they often tend to be of a similar, power set but slightly different to the main writer, here you had 3 very different power sets for each one. You had Agito, who was more mystical. You had Gills, who was more feral, more animalistic. And then you had G3/G3X, which was technological. Because it was a man-made writer. It was not granted by any other mystical power source.
And then another Agito, which I would say a mixture of mystical, feral, maybe organic.
You could go there. I would say Gills fits more of the organic style, whereas another Agito would probably... It's just an aberration just in and of itself. It's not really meant... It's meant to be similar to Agito, but just a deformed version of it.
A mutant.
Nightmare.
Yes,
That's
a mutation there.
That's perfect, actually, the description.
And now, yes, as has been hinted in the past, yes, Agito is Latin for to set in motion, which does tie a bit into the theme. But that whole half in, half out about whether or not it's a direct follow up, and hang on a moment, is okay. Good. I was concerned for a second that Discord had cut me off again, but
No, you're good.
I think
You're good.
one of the bigger issues had to do with the Monsters of the Week, basically replicating what we had with the unknown life forms of Kuga,
Uh,
killing in a specific way.
Yeah, but it's like in another like a parallel between them with the lords and the Grongi
Hmm.
were they were always in sets. However, while the Grongi, each of the three tribes we saw had, for all intents and purposes, the same or very similar in terms of the animal appearance that each member would take. The lords appeared, if they appeared in group, almost all of them were the exact same with like, oh, this one has a red scarf and this one has a yellow scarf, or something along those lines.
Yeah. The one big difference between the Grongi and the Lords is that the Grongi did what they did for fun. It was a game to them. They just wanted to see who was the best. Whereas the Lords had a definitive purpose, if you really break it down, a somewhat valid reason for what they did. You know, at least for them, it was valid.
Hmm.
Trying to prevent another aberrant Agito.
Mm-hmm.
And more the trying to excise the Lord of Darkness.
Yeah.
Which I think the other problem was the fact that it felt like it was trying to do three different stories in the span of one season. Not at the same time, but but the tone has a whole lot of jumping about.
You're not wrong on that.
Yeah.
Like that.
Now, with that, I don't consider Agito bad, but I consider it heavily flawed.
Like, I personally think if we're going on for rankings that what we have on the screen, I find it a C. Though if I had to choose if I had to choose by theme song, I don't know, the Ready to Go Count Zero is definitely a tier one.
Yeah, but
But this is holistic. Remember, it's not
Holistic.
based on
I said-
aspect by aspect.
I know that's why I'm giving it a C.
I think, for me personally, I think it's a case of what it does good, it does great. What it does bad, it has problems.
It hits the extremes.
yes,
It does, which, you know,
I think that's
I
about
could
a D
still
tier for me.
I wouldn't go that low. I'd say,
For-
low B tier, high C tier, maybe.
I'm putting it
I can
as
agree with
a
that.
C.
Yeah, when
I was
I
saying C
when I
average.
watched it, the reason I would put it as a D tier, just as an explanation, is, as you said, it hits the extremes, and it tends to hit them too often, and not enough of them are the good extremes.
Oh.
There are a lot of poor things it does. If you tally them against each other, the poor things do slightly outweigh the good things, and then you've got a bunch of just kind of in the middle. Which,
Yeah.
Do you remember when I said about you know how I've said in the past about the importance of having a clear direction?
yeah.
Even though we're never going to get a straight answer about it, and even when asked, the writers didn't give a straight answer on the matter. It's the fact that there was this waffling about whether or not they wanted to do a direct sequel that ultimately causes a lot of those problems.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. It especially since they tried to make the reference with G3, and then, well, the reference didn't really jump. And
The reference only really worked after we saw those SICs of G1, which very much looked like Kuga.
yeah, and at that point you're outside of the televised and serialized. It's one of the the side projects, which again we're considering the main serialized episodes. That's what we're considering for this. Not the summer movies, not the crossover movies, not any of the specials. the serialized actual television series.
It didn't exactly help that despite the focus on 3 different writers, one of whom kept getting the Worf treatment, and that was G3.
Oh yeah.
Well,
One,
I
they
think
couldn't decide who the freaking who was wearing the suit half the time.
Mm-hmm.
Yes,
Also,
that's why on the wiki there's the main quote unquote writer G3 of Makoto Hikawa, and then a list of other users.
there's one elephant in the room I have to address with Agito.
Oh.
Hojo.
I knew it. I fucking knew
Yeah.
it. Hojo.
Yeah.
Hojo.
Why is it that if you're named Hojo, you're either a terrible person or a great person?
Mm-hmm.
There is no in
Yes.
between.
More often than not, it's on the terrible end of things because I can name there's 3 Hojos.
I
that
know,
I
but
can
I
name.
have to keep in mind Emu Hojo. Thank you very much.
Okay, fair. You're fair. But then
He
you
is the
have
exception that proves the rule.
He is. Yeah, he is. Because then you also have Hojo Sakaki from Daihat GU and Dachi from freaking Persona.
And then Hojo, Professor Hojo from Final Fantasy VII.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
throw that in there too.
No, you have to throw Professor Hojo in. He's the example.
Yeah, you're not wrong. You're not wrong.
So, next in 2002, we have Kamen Rider Ryuki.
Oh, here we go.
Yep. It's time to revisit this one again after
Yeah,
even though
we rebuilt this one though, Monk.
Yes.
So,
Now
I will note that I actually have to note that while the writers from both Agito and Ryuki are the same people, Inoue and Kobayashi, I don't know how they got worse between 2 series.
No, not Kobayashi. It was Inoue.
yeah. And
no. Well, Ryuki, the writers for both are listed as both Yasuko Kobayashi and Toshiki Inoue on both of them.
Mm-hmm.
My guess is they got along at least decently well during Agito, and then just everything fell apart during Ryuki.
I can see that. I can see that.
Like there was some moment that they just had this disagreement in the writers' room, and they just went to blows, and that was it.
Yes. Now, obviously, even though it's gotten a reevaluation with time, Ryuki has had its fair share of controversy because of the fact that it was graying things up a significant amount, especially in regards to the amount of morally gray or outright villainous writers in that series. There was also the tone of having the writers fight each other instead of fighting monsters, even though they did both. Certainly caused a bit of a stir.
I mean,
there's a reason that Ryuki has been labeled the death of the Showa era Kamen Rider because a lot of the values and basically they took the Kamen Rider Bible and tossed it out the window with that series, with how much they just upended everything that made Kamen Rider such a beloved franchise.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
I would say though that the idea of having a writer war, even if it wasn't executed very well in Ryuki, was an idea that other writers took and ran with to great success in later series.
Mm-hmm.
I think what makes Ryuki the problem with that is not so much the writer war itself, because like you said, I think the concept would have been fantastic.
Yeah, it just wasn't executed well.
And I think the key factor in that is the fact that there wasn't a centralized point of, there wasn't a writer, there wasn't, even our main hero, Ryuki himself, wasn't really a good person in general. He had so many problems with him that it broke apart. If you had an ideal writer to serve as an example for all of these other writers to counterpoint, then I think you could have made it work.
And we'll get to that later.
Yes.
Later. I already know that particular series is S tier. Fuck you, that's where we're putting it.
But when it comes
if it's
to
one of the ones I think it is, I don't think I'm going to be disagreeing with you.
Oh,
Let's just
you know
say
how we said
we're walking my flower path.
Yeah, you know how we said that that Hojo is a name that is almost a kiss of death or a bad omen if your kid is named that.
You and I have both remarked that it's not just Hojo; it includes Shinji.
Yeah.
Yes.
And
Get in the robot. Become a common writer. We're just gonna force you to take all the shit jobs, kid.
and
How do you know I'm in the land of make pretend? Because I'm actually happy about my son.
Okay.
but
That was bad, but good.
the big problem. First off, if you want to see a better version of the Rider War concept, we already have that. It's called Fate Stay Night.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
Don't appeal to Rick too much there, Monk.
Now, let me clarify. I'm referring to the original visual novel with that.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're not going to spend 5 hours debating the entire anime franchise. We'll be here for fucking ever.
We already did that.
We did that. Not to mention the fact that we wouldn't be spending the time debating an anime franchise because you have to get through Fate Grand Order the game first.
Fair
Yep.
enough. Fair enough.
But
yeah, getting back on the rails here. Yeah, with Ryuki, that was the big problem. Is there was no ideal to follow. There was only just a whole bunch of assholes in one way, shape, or form.
Yeah. I mean,
Even Shinji was an asshole when you think about it. He was so desperate to get them to stop the war that he didn't realize he was only making things worse.
Oh, I know. And while there is a way that you can do a story entirely of antiheroes that's entertaining and fun, this was not the way to do it.
yeah.
No.
So I don't think it is the worst, obviously, but I think there's way too many flaws. So I would say Ryuki gets the D.
Phrasing.
Yeah, he knows what he says.
Mm-hmm.
I know he knows what he said.
Yeah.
But yeah, the fact that we can reconstruct Ryuki and make it better with the concept it originally had, I think deserves no lower than D tier, but also no higher because it originally had way too many problems to ignore.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's something we could reconstruct though. Anything we can reconstruct can't be an F.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna lay that as a ground rule right now.
And I'm not going to disagree with you, and there's probably only going to be one series that I know of that's going to hit that F tier.
Yeah.
Yep.
We'll get to
And
that.
we all know which one it is. We'll get to it.
Mm-hmm.
And just a side note, Barbara, nobody is gonna get on your case for not liking Fate. We're just gonna respectfully disagree with you. That's all.
Mm-hmm.
You cannot like Fate, just so long as you don't make a quantifiable, objective judgment, and instead just go, I don't like Fate. I don't want to watch it. And we're all gonna be like, okay, cool.
Yeah.
So no need to apologize.
Next,
We follow the philosophy of to each his own, but moving on.
Next, it is time to open your eyes for Kamen Rider Fies.
Bye.
Darkness.
Now,
This is what
yeah,
hurts
as
me.
Coops
This is-
eloquently put it there, with the death of Showa era Kamen Rider, obviously we are now truly in the Wild West. We don't know what to do with Kamen Rider at this point. So Fies decides to go in a very dark direction here.
To its
But-
benefit.
Oh,
Yes,
yes.
I agree. I was about to say the same thing. I think they handled it well in this case. Like, yeah, there's problems.
And the
with
suits
it,
are
there's
awesome
issues.
too.
Yeah.
Welcome back, Maddie.
Simplicity
Welcome back,
is
Maddie.
the best.
And I agree with the current tier ranking. Also, Kuga needs to be A tier now.
Kuga remains in B tier.
The only reason, Batty, is because since it was the first, it's a baseline. It's not a knock against the series itself. It's just it's a baseline.
Mm-hmm.
You're lucky. I'm not trying to beat it up that it's an S tier series right now. But then again, I'm a Kuga fanboy, so
Yeah.
Exactly. Fanboyism has to be put aside. We have to look at things objectively, and Kuga's not bad. It's a good series. It's just it's a baseline because there was nothing to compare it to at the time. But let's get back on.
And
the
if I'm being completely honest, the CJ wasn't the best that time, so fair enough.
But getting back to Fies, yeah,
Yes.
the fact that the big thing was there was a lot of hopelessness in Fives with a lot of the characters. They faced very hopeless scenarios and had to deal with a lot of hard choices.
Even the Fies OP makes you depressed.
It does.
The fucking opening of Fies will make you sad. It is setting the tone for the goddamn show.
And the fact that they got that singer back for a later series that is far more uplifting is amazing to me.
I love it. I love it.
Now, I will have to point. I do have to point out something to a bit of an aside, because Fies served as a major point of inspiration for something that Zan and I have covered in the past, known as Convictor Drive, and we have word of God on this.
Yes. Convictor Drive is a tabletop RPG from Japan that was translated by Lineman Games. We have a whole Valley of the Judge for it. If you want to go watch it. But there were a lot of inspirations. Fies is one of them. But so are some other things. It's not just a Kamen Rider game. It is very much its own thing. But yeah, Fies inspiration is big. The thing I want to say regarding Fies, I've been bootlegging and bringing stuff over from Japan to watch with fan subs for forever, ever since the internet was a thing. But I know that what stuck Toku big in the even the online circles I was in at the time around me was a massive discourse about Fies as it came out. I think Fies is probably an introduction point for a lot of modern Toku fans, at least on the Kamen Rider side of things.
Yeah.
I can see that.
And I also, even with all the depression and everything else, you hear tons of praise for the series. Simply because it tells a good story. The characters are all very believable despite their constantly depressing backstories and all the fucking tragedy around them.
Yeah.
And in the end, even with all the tragedy, Fies he ultimately doesn't lose hope.
No.
Ultimately.
And I think that's what makes the difference. Like, we were comparing it, we were talking about Ryuki earlier, and that's one of the big problems with Shinji is that he was so desperate to stop the Rider War that it just made things worse. Whereas Takumi, he was a reluctant hero. He didn't want to be Fies. He just wanted to just live his life and just be chill. But he quickly realized he was dragged into this one way or the other, especially once we learned the big secrets about him later on. And he started to fight, and he just wanted to bring some hope back.
And
I'm gonna bring hope back or whoop your ass. Take your pick.
I don't think Takumi was specifically focused on beating the shit out of people, Maddie.
No,
but
it's
you're
like-
right.
But
you're not
at
wrong.
the same time, he has been pushing in a couple episodes where there was no choice. You die now.
Yes,
Exactly.
I know.
Like, he's
You're
had
not
those
wrong. I'm
situations.
just saying, Takumi's whole thing was, please, just stop. I'm trying to help you. And when
Like, he
They
understood
couldn't
there
be
are some
helped.
people who can't be helped, but he did his best to save those that he could.
Yeah.
Which I also, on the note of the villains, I just want to say this. God damn, the designs for the Orphanox.
Oh,
Like,
were
they were good
good.
monsters. Those
Yeah.
were good.
Delicious.
Like, as I like to say, I've heard some complaints about a lot of modern stuff, modern seasons with, in terms of like color palettes and such, or they like approve or such like that. I've always pointed at Fies and say, if anyone has an issue with color, this was entirely grayscale, and you could have such complex designs with just shading.
Yeah, that's all they needed to do. It was pure gray, and yet it worked because of the details of the designs and everything like that, and how they definitely incorporated a lot of the characteristics of the person behind it in that design. Yuka probably being the prime example of that. I think Yuka's is the quintessential Orphanox design because of what it represents to her. Yuka was someone who felt trapped, and like a bird wanting to free its cage, she wanted freedom. She wanted the freedom to be herself, and that's why she ends up with a bird Orphanox.
Mm-hmm.
And then you have Yuji and his horse, and which
The noble knight wanting to make things right. Everything there's a theming to it, which really works. And then, of course, we also have to talk about the most memorable character of Fies, the biggest asshole in all of
Kaisha.
Kamen Rider.
Actually,
Yep.
Hi,
I-
Kaisha.
My boy.
Remember, September 13th is Kaisa Day.
That smile.
the guy has embraced it, and like it is great.
And
Yes.
One thing I also want to bring up with Fies that is a very good detail, and it works with Kaiza here.
Mhm.
The fact that is so the little quirk with the Fies gear, where as long as you have Orphanoc DNA in some part of your body, you can use it. So most series nowadays, or even back then to an extent, the writer is only one person. So we always know who it is. Because of the idea of you have to have Orphanoc DNA in your body to be able to use the Fies gear, those moments where we see Fies, sometimes we don't know who it is.
Yeah.
something I should note, just from a production standpoint, is they were Everybody is well aware of the infamous transformation sequence, and that's been memed to death. Even in Kamen Rider, there were certain camera shots that were telegraphing transformations. This was tooled around with breaking away from in Kuga a little bit more going forward. Fies is when they went all in on using a bunch of different camera angles to telegraph transformations. Now, for me, as far as where I feel it should be graded, there's certainly a lot to like. It is definitely in that Wild West. There is a bit of a stumbling part once the Orphanoc King comes into play, but
Yeah. I'd say
it's
C or
not
B.
it's not enough. I'm putting Fies in
Right.
A.
An A. Yeah, it's
Yeah,
definitely.
No,
I agree.
I agree with that. A tier.
Yep.
Because
My favorite
the
season
only
of-
caveat is that if you don't like dark, gloomy series, it will be an instant turnoff for you. But if you are willing to look past that, you will find an amazing series that I think absolutely anyone else can enjoy.
As an aside, I do appreciate that Kaisa's actor has kind of become this big brother figure within Kamen Rider productions, even the ones he's not in.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, Kohei Murakami. Like take away Kaisa, and he's actually a really awesome guy from what I can tell. It's just that he's just ended up playing one of the biggest assholes on God's green earth.
Yeah. So
Which,
yep, go ahead.
you know, it kind of reminds me of Erin Cahill. She's a bitch in Time Force, but she's the biggest sweetheart ever.
Yep. Which honestly I'm fine with this ranking because Fies is my favorite Heisei Phase 1 design. As Mai said, it's the best. I think this series alone, all the suits you cannot go wrong with,
Now,
both good and bad.
next we have Blade.
Blade was interesting.
I would say Blade had a much better sense of the battle royale concept that Ryuki was trying to do. Because of the fact that it's made very clear every single undead, even the sealed ones that are part of the rider system within it, are going to be playing a factor into Blade.
It's a mix of both Kuga and Ryuki in that sense, because it has the Grongi style death game going on with the Undead War, and it also, you know, killing people and killing each other. So there's a hierarchy there. There, like the Grongi had. There's also the fact that they're all against each other as much as they are against the heroes.
Well, and then there's the biggest, baddest part. Not only is this a death game and a battle royale, but then the battle royale is still a lose state for any of the riders, because what happens when there's only one undead left, guys?
Yeah, they get control of everything. Like,
And that is a state that none of the riders technically. I mean, I say technically, but wanted to see because that would be the end of all of the humans.
Yeah, and I will say the only of the 4 writers that are the focus, the only one who has possibly the weakest arc, oddly enough, is Kenzaki.
Yeah.
If only because well, Garen, putting aside his very questionable Japanese,
Yeah.
which became a bit of a meme in and of itself. He had his particular arc when it came to his own relationships, and when he was used by the Peacock Undead. You have Mutsuki, who, well, being the Joker in this series, has its own issues throughout. And
Mutsuki wasn't the Joker.
Yeah,
Mutsuki was
He was
the
Triangle.
Sorry. And even Mutsuki with his particular issues of being a kidnapping survivor.
Yeah.
Although I will note that the Blizzard aspect of his scissor kick always looked a bit unfortunate.
I don't know. I thought it looked cool.
Kenzaki himself, being the main hero, his arc doesn't even really kick in until the very end.
Yeah, I kind of agree with that.
Like, he doesn't really have his moment until the end when he makes the ultimate sacrifice.
Mm-hmm. And I know we aren't factoring in extra material, but in some of the novels, his story gets full on depressing, because even if he technically won, the problem is he's still immortal.
Yeah. And again, at this point, yeah, he became a Joker.
Mm-hmm.
So if he won, it'd be the same.
Yeah. But he forced himself to become a Joker just to stop the destruction of everything.
Mm-hmm.
But it also meant he could, and then he left because he realized he now has the same instincts as the rest of the undead and want to fight, and so he had to leave just so Hajime can have a life.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
it's pretty sad that two. I mean, let's be honest here. They saw each other as pretty good friends,
especially by the end. That's why it was such a hard thing for him to do, because he's like, "You're my best friend, but I have to do at least something, and I can't kill you, so I'm gonna do this instead."
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
But it's
so
there's like a version I want to say something about the appearance in one of those two in the later series, because me and my friends we viewed it as the continuation of the narrative, but at the same time I'm gonna wait for later.
Well, I know what you're referencing.
Yeah.
Technically, everything that happens in that series doesn't affect the main timelines.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Technically.
Yeah. But when it comes to... there's a lot that I like about Blade, but I cannot deny that Blade had a very rough start.
Yeah. Blade is one of those that it knew what it wanted to be, I think is the best way to put it.
Mm-hmm.
And while it had a rough way of getting to where it wanted to be, because as Monk pointed out, the beginning is quite rough. It did stabilize.
Mm-hmm.
But I think that this is as solid as Kuga is. I would put this in B.
That's where I was thinking of putting it at.
B or high C, I would say, definitely. Like you could debate that, but yeah, I'm okay with a mid to low B.
Yep. And
yeah, that's fine with me.
Next, we get to one of the more divisive affairs and one of the more infamous cases.
Ladies and gentlemen, the debate on whether this is a common writer or not.
It's a common writer.
It is.
It is.
At this point, you can't argue.
But there are people. But there are people out there who refuse to call it a common writer.
That's because they're dumb, and we don't listen to dumb people. Now, do we, Maddie?
Now, well, here's the argument that they make, and it is a dumb argument. I want to make that clear so that
Yeah,
Van
it
doesn't get
is.
on my ass. Is that the original story that Ishinomori wrote that basically inspired this series wasn't meant to be a Kamen Rider series, but when it was made into this series, it was marked as a Kamen Rider series, and it is. And since this particular writer keeps showing up in all the crossovers, he is a Kamen Rider. Deal with it.
Now,
Anyone who argues that it isn't a Kamen Rider is trying to use Death of the Author. And as I continue to say, Death of the Author is a terrible essay that pseudo-intellectuals use to justify their headcanons.
mm-hmm. Now, there was a. This was a very different affair. I mean, the fact that we're focusing more on wilderness setting instead of more urban environments is certainly going to stand out. The relationship that the production team now had with Honda was very much apparent, given that they were using Honda elements all over the place. The thing is that this is a Tale of Two Cities kind of affair. Now, yes, the PTA really got pissy about things, which resulted in a massive tonal change midway through, where it ended up acting more like a more traditional in its approach. But there's still a heavy amount of flaws. I honestly think that whoever decided to not have Asumu become an Oni at the end was pants on head stupid. It was very clear.
That was basically the motif of Hibiki throughout most of the first half, was like, and throughout the series as a whole, was like you were passing the torch. It was the idea of the continuing threat and the continuing need to build new Oni to continue the fight until it was finally dealt with.
Mm-hmm.
If it ever was. And you see that with the other Oni throughout the series. You see that with them going forward.
Yeah. And in that same vein, I just as strongly feel that Akira should have also taken Ibuki's mantle.
Yeah.
But because of the change, and even the lead actor shares my sentiment. I think he outright said, "I want to continue his idea," referring to the original direction. He very much did not care for the direction that happened in the second half.
To the point where he famously, if I remember correctly, he pretty much walked off set at the recording the finale.
Pretty much, and from what I recall hearing, he was also not fond of the fact that he wasn't allowed in what amounted to the creative meetings. Like he wasn't really allowed to give much in the way of input on the direction of things.
And as your lead actor and the guy who's representing your franchise, you probably at least want to hear what he has to say. You don't have to take all of their suggestions, but at least hear the fucker out. You never know, they might have a good idea since they had to understand the character they're getting into.
Plus, if you're listening to them, it's going to give the impression that they are valued and they're going to be more willing to put in the effort. This isn't that hard.
I mean, even with surgery.
Even with like anime dubs and stuff, for better or for worse, there are times where the lead actor will speak up when they think, no, maybe we should do it this way instead. And oftentimes there's a good chance it'll work out for the better. Not always. There have been exceptions, but you'd be surprised how often that works out.
Mm-hmm. And I know there's a talk about Shirakura forced to do the changes. I can't comment on that because we're getting this kind of thing second and third hand. That's why everything I'm saying regarding the behind the scenes, I have to take with a significantly large grain of salt.
The type you'd pull out of the Himalayan mountains on a sled.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. But the fact of the matter is that changes did happen, and those changes were not for the better. They ruined the series flat out.
I think the real problem, other than the changes themselves, were just the fact that because of how they had to make those changes, the writing team changed. It went through multiple writers.
And one of the writers involved had previously done something that we have ripped apart on this channel, Shibuya 15.
Ooh.
The best part of Shibuya 15 is Mark Musashi. I guarantee it.
Oh, by a mile. By a mile.
His deliberately mispronounced Japanese is the best thing.
Which must
There's a reason
hurt
why
the
that man
poor
is
fucker.
considered a legend by Toku fans worldwide.
Oh, yeah.
We love Mark Musashi in this house.
But
Not so much Shibuya 15.
the whole thing of Orochi being an event and then leading up to this big fight and then getting the epilogue afterwards, like not even getting the fight with Orochi, just getting a epilogue in the final episode.
That's pretty shit.
It very much was.
But even if that's the case, even if the second half of the show was ruined because of bullshit, the first half of the show was still fairly good.
Yeah,
I think
It's
we
a
have to
case
give
of
this a-
already rocking the boat when it was already on shaky ground to begin with, caused the whole thing to collapse.
Yeah, I think we'd either have to give this a C or a D, but it's definitely not F tier.
No. There was still a lot of good there was still some good in Hibiki. It's just it had a very weak foundation, and then the changes just crumbled it. So, but there was still a good potential, and if it done right, it could still be this could be up for a reconstruction down the road, I'd say.
I would certainly consider it, and I'd say I'd have a much easier time rewatching Hibiki than I would I would Ninja.
No. I've already told you that there's no reconstruction of Ninja. I refuse.
Yes, and
refuse.
yes, much like how there's no cow level.
So yeah, I'd agree D tier for me personally.
Delta.
Mm-hmm.
I
Now,
would say high D, low C.
yeah, I was tempted. I will note this as a final note with Hibiki. I consider its summer movie, The Seven War Oni, to be one of the better movies from this era.
Oh, agreed. I love that.
Great movie.
It was
Kabuki alone really just makes that movie so much fun to watch.
Yeah,
It's a good movie. Just it's not something we can consider when grading the series.
It's an AU movie. We can't. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, we can talk about the AU movies, much like Paradise Lost for Fives, but they are alternate universes. They are not tied to the main series. They're not canon. It's kind of hard to grade those in that same line.
yeah.
But now I think we're going to get to what might be the first S rank in the list.
Walking the path of
Hey,
hell.
Don't be like that. Don't be like that.
Walking the
Guarantee
path
you
of
it's
heaven.
not going to get a bad rating for sure.
No. It's yeah.
Let the
We'll
monk
get there.
introduce
We'll get
it
there.
Let the monk introduce it properly.
Walking
Yes.
the path of heaven, the man who will rule over everything. Soji Tendo, Kamen Rider Kabuto.
Kabuto is so fucking good.
This is another dark series, much like Fives, but in its own way. It's not the same, but it's similar.
Production-wise, I will
talking-
note, this was the first one, much like its counterpart in geez, why much like its counterpart in Sentai, to be the first one that was produced in HD. This was the first time that was done.
So you mean Bokenger?
Yeah.
Yep.
Bokenger and
because-
Kabuto were the first HD productions in their respective series.
I'm glad we've gotten HD upscale re-releases of most of these previous ones.
Mhm.
Oh wait,
Yeah.
we haven't. Well, not in English.
Well, there's a reason for that, but that's beside the point.
Shout
But
Factory
yeah.
will get it eventually.
I'm sure they will. They're with how
They're
good they're
busting
doing these
their
days.
ass. If they could get us Geets, they could get us
They got
Kabuto.
us Geets fast. Holy
They
fuck,
got-
they got us Geets fast.
Oh, they did. Holy shit.
They knew that was gonna sell, so they made sure to get that one.
If,
Getting
Hey,
back
we
to
were
let's be
Kabuto.
doing,
fair.
if we were doing
Let's be
Reiwa series,
honest.
Geets would be like triple S. It would be
I
smoked,
wouldn't go
smoked and
that
sexy
far.
style.
Rails.
Rails.
A, wouldn't go that far. B, rails.
Anyway,
So-
but getting back to Kabuto, yeah, this was I wouldn't say full post-apocalyptic, but definitely of that nature, given the whole comet crashing thing, and of course the worms coming, sneaking their way into society the way they did. But I love the build-up. I love one of the complaints I think people have, and I actually got to thank Deshinta for this because he actually brought this up, is that a lot of people complained about Tendo being too perfect, being basically a Gary Stu at times. But here's the thing. They've made it clear from the get-go that his development happened before the series started. He had his development. He still has his moments of flaws, but the majority of his development has already happened. That's why he can act the way he does, because he's already been through all that shit.
And if somebody really wanted to be pedantic, Tendo is not the protagonist who's going through an arc.
Nope.
The other half of that equation is.
And this
Our
is
good
where I
friend,
have to... Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
our good friend, me.
And here's the thing, and this is where I gotta bring up Deshinta again, because this series kind of, like, when it comes to development and character, has a parallel to another series that I think has actually gotten more love than it has actually not been treated as well as people think it has. Code Geass.
Yeah, I could see that.
And here's how I'm gonna explain this. Because I just recently watched Deshinta's review of the entire Code Geass franchise, and I mean all of it. Also, if you want to watch that, get comfy. Each episode was 3 hours long. Deshinta, what the fuck, dude?
I think he's taking after White Light, who does these long ass reviews of video games.
Yeah, but my point here is that Tendo is like Lelouch, is a guy who knows what he's doing, and while he may come off as an asshole, there's always a reason for what he does. Kagami is much like Suzaku. And that's the problem. Because he thinks he's doing the right thing. He thinks he's doing what's best. But his actions actually cause the opposite effect every single time, even at the end.
And when it comes to, like, and obviously with Code Geass, on some level they were trying to take the Amuro-Char relationship and flip it, but when it comes to Tendo and Kagami, when it comes to him being a Gary Stu, I do think that kind of claim is massively overstated, especially since he is so over the top when it comes to how he acts that ends up making him entertaining even with his antics. It's a case of if you're gonna be an arrogant bastard, don't half-ass it. He does not.
Yeah, he does not.
Although it would be real embarrassing if somebody claimed that Tendo was a Gary Stu and then said that they really liked Ukyo Ace. That'd be embarrassing.
Yep. No, it's like at times, like it's Tendo. Like trying to go back, like I'm focusing on like some of the early comedic moments. Like the three moments I think of is the time Tendo and Daisuke ended up having a contest for who could pick up the most women, and Tendo spent the entire day doing scratch-off tickets. Only for when Daisuke came up with his sort of girls, the girls instantly went over to Tendo because they knew he was God.
Tendo wins by doing absolutely nothing.
Yep.
That's
And
why he's the
then-
GOAT.
Yep.
And then he went. Then like one of the few people we find in the show of other characters that are getting developed that he actually respects. Like he has outright said it. Is the butler for Sasord. Because he was a good chef, and to the point he has like one of his books on him.
And if there's anybody, I also would be remiss if I didn't point out one of the more infamous moments that TJ highlighted years ago. How could I not bring up the makeup duel?
Ah, Kamen Rider Drake. Yes, yes.
Or there's a part of me that wonders if the concept of punch and kick hopper was some sort of inside joke.
Considering they're both grasshoppers, I'm almost certain that was a joke. That was an intentional joke. Like that was totally a nod to classic Showa era writers with the design, their finishers, everything. Like that was clearly what they were going for there.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
And the idea of them being the Hell Brothers.
Yeah.
But I would say of Phase 1 Heisei, the only drawbacks I can think of when it comes to Kabuto are very, very minuscule.
They're tiny. So
Like-
much so that you tend to forget them.
I would agree. There's very little. I just think they flopped a bit on the execution of the ending.
That's going to happen a lot, so I can't really throw this one under the bus when coming up with
I would
a
say
se-
that their execution of the ending was still solid. I
Mhm.
don't think it was a flop. It just wasn't the most spectacular thing ever.
it was a
Wait,
Gainax ending.
Yeah, it was, but at the same time, with like up until that point, how everything was written, at least for me when I watched it, it felt so sudden that I don't think it fit well for how the show was treating itself. Like, if I have to give it a ranking, I would say A/B for me, and that's just because the ending was not. It didn't sell me for me.
Well,
I would say even with the Gainax ending, this series has been so fucking good that it does overshadow 5. That's why I say it deserves an S.
and I will note it's likely going to be the only S tier from this phase.
Oh, I might have to fight you on that one, Monk. Well, Phase 1, yes. Phase 1,
That's
yes.
why he said
Okay.
this phase.
I almost missed that. I almost missed that. Okay, fair enough.
There
fair
are
enough.
at least 2 or 3 in Phase 2 that I can think of that I would fight people to the death for on a
Yeah,
on
kind of
S-rank.
same here. Not gonna lie.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure we're going to be in agreement on most of those.
Yeah. So
I already know which 3 they are.
next we have, oh god, this is the song that never ends. It just goes on and on, my friends.
My
Can we just
friend.
throw this in D, please?
No.
No,
Throw it
I
in
can't
D
be that
now.
mean, but I can't dispute the
can't.
fact that this
I hate that.
series, because of how popular it got in Japan, they kept bringing it back, and every time they did, it just kept getting worse.
However, let's
would-
take, for the purposes of argument, let's take all that postseason stuff, move it into this bubble right over in the corner, and let's for a moment look just at the main
Demo.
series.
Yeah.
Now, even in that one, we do have a bit of a problem. Part of it being, if I said that there wasn't much of an arc with Kenzaki, there's even less with Ryutaro, and even his bad luck gimmick doesn't play in as much. He's a wet blanket throughout most of the series. If there's anybody who has a stronger arc. Once again, the main guy getting outshined. It's Zeronos.
Yeah, without question.
Oh, yeah.
Not just
Like,
because
even if you want to argue Ryutaro's having a character, it still gets completely outclassed by Zeronos.
Yeah, Yuto was an actual person.
Exactly.
Yuto was an actual person, and how can I hate Deneb? I can't.
No.
You can't hate Signal Man.
So, something I do have to say, one of the biggest reasons I don't like Deno, the fucking time traveling mechanic is goddamn useless.
Look,
It doesn't.
Yeah.
It was useless. It didn't contribute to the. You could have done that story with 0 time traveling and had the same fucking results.
You know what? I can't give you that one.
Yeah.
Kamen Rider and a good amount of Tokusatsu as a whole doesn't have the best track record with time travel. I know
really
some
doesn't.
people.
Ultimate entry as well.
Yeah, I know some will throw Time Ranger at me or the like, but if I'm being honest, and I've said this in the past, the amount of stories that actually use time travel properly are very, very small in the grand scheme of things.
I'd also like to point out that Time Ranger's time travel is a setting, not a mechanic within the story. Like,
Yep.
at the most, they all get sent to the past. They have to, elect someone into Time Red's position because, well, everybody knows. And some of their stuff is summoned from the future as part of, oh, we're the Time Ranger. We have to summon stuff from the future. But they don't go jumping around through time constantly.
I can name, I would think, the amount of times they did it on my hand. This includes the team ups.
Mm-hmm.
And even then, it's very far and few in between.
Exactly. It's more of a setting thing with Time Ranger. Whereas with Deno, like I said, first of all, it doesn't even accomplish anything. You can get the same results of the story without time travel.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's just there for shits and giggles, and I feel like it's a goddamn waste. Give him better powers and a better person. Make a better character. God damn it.
Even
Yeah.
a later series involving time travel, which we'll get to near the end, did a better job with time traveling, and it didn't do a very good job with it either.
I was about to
And
say
I know
the
Cure
ultimate-
said that Japan is mostly terrible with time travel. When I said that the amount of good time travel stories is minuscule in the grand scheme of things, I'm not singling out Japan. I'm worldwide with this.
Yeah, even worldwide, you can count the number of stories using time travel properly on one hand and probably still have fingers left.
Time travel is one of those things. Yes, Cure just pointed out the thing that you and I always like to say, Monk, from Some Call Me Johnny.
Mhm.
Time
Oh, you
travel
mean this
is
button here?
bullshit.
And by the way,
Oh, that's the wrong button. I forgot. I thought I had that button somewhere. Fuck. Never mind.
Actually, Kevin Owens works too.
Yeah. Yeah, it works, but still, that's not what I was looking for.
Mhm.
John,
But
John
I-
Stewart, if you would, please.
But since we have to do this as a whole, that means I do have to
Yeah,
include all
I
the
know.
extra movies and the like. I will admit that Ryutaro's actor Takeru Sato is doing much better as Rurouni Kenshin.
Like I've had discussions with my friends, and every time they've said how much they liked him, I'm like, of course he was great for all intents and purposes. John, similar to how what you said about Richard Epcar when you played Bobobo and Bobobo, I assume it's very similar to Takeru Sato here with Deno, in the fact
I
that
don't know if it's the exact
to an
same
extent-
here.
well,
No, I don't think that's the same thing here. This was Takeru Sato's like this for most Kamen Rider actors. This is their big break. This is their this is their debut into the big acting roles.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't think it's the same here, but I think the idea with really this series is not about Ryutaro. That much is pretty damn obvious. This was the answer to Kabuto being a little too dark for some people. This was basically them trying to course correct and they overcorrected by making this one Way too fucking silly.
Yeah. If I have to consider the series holistically, the good points of Den-O, suit designs are on point. I actually really like the Taros. They're all a bunch of fun characters.
Okay. You want Deneb, don't you?
I mean, Deneb's a great character as well. We already mentioned that, though. That's why I didn't say
Who
it
wouldn't
again.
who wouldn't want a guy like him as a best friend? Like, yeah.
Not to mention all the food he would make.
The only one who
after
hates
him.
Deneb is Yuto.
Yeah.
And even then, he doesn't really hate him.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, and then music-wise, Den-O was pretty good.
Oh yeah. That's
But
the amount-
the story, the story and fucking Ryotaro.
Even with
I
that,
even like the Imagine. The Imagine are fucking cool.
even with all of that, the problem is what you have is essentially a lot of very strong characters and not strong enough of a story to connect the dots together. In that regard, I'd say Den-O is somewhat analogous to Lupat, in the sense of you have a collection of very strong characters, but the story that they're in isn't equally strong.
I can see that. But also I'd just like to point out once again, Wolf Imagine is fucking baller. Let's just give Wolf Imagine a
Oh yeah. I think like the idea that you were able to get all these amazing designs for monsters from, for all intents and purposes, childhood stories and nursery rhymes.
Mm-hmm. That being said, I would probably put Den-O as a C.
Yeah, low C. I could go with that.
I'll give you the C. Personally, for me, it's still a fucking D because of the story and fucking Ryotaro.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you're not wrong. At
that point we're splitting hairs.
Yeah.
But now we go on to something better.
So now we have now it is time to wake up, because now we have Kamen Rider Kiva.
We're gonna break
First
the chains of
rider,
destiny here.
my favorite rider.
And it gets bonus points for having one of my favorite Seiyu as a character in this series.
Yes, our favorite troublemaker.
Yep. Kivato,
John,
voiced by my boy Sugita-san.
Yep.
Hey, John, zip up your pants. Your excitement's showing.
Damn it, I knew I was missing something.
Jokes. How bold of you to assume he was wearing pants.
For one. For two, jealous Rick? Sounds like it.
You know, envy is one of the 7 deadly sins.
Indeed.
So
But
is lust.
even decide that Kiva, surprisingly, when I first tried to watch Kiva, I actually couldn't finish it, but I don't think it was because it was a bad series. I just think I burned myself out on Kamen Rider at that point.
Mm-hmm.
It
I was
is
watching so much of it.
like I
But-
love the designs.
The designs though ended up also being a detriment because apparently the original Kiva suit was so hard to wear that
Because
they had to
actually
start
used-
using Emperor form more often just to make it easier.
Well, it was because they apparently for the chains that we see on Kiva, that was actual chains. That was like foam.
Dumb
Coming
move
from
on
a
their
person
part.
Coming from a person who wears chains almost every day, I can attest to that. They are heavy.
But even
If you're
then,
wearing like the wallet chains, those chains are so tiny they don't affect you. But if you're gonna
Kill
wear
issue.
full size chains, yeah, that's not a good idea.
But for me, it's like the monster designs. The fact that it's like the idea of it being one. This is on top of it being a love letter musically to like classic music history. Given all, but also this is a love letter to classic Hammer horror monsters. Between all the forms that Kiva has, and then the monster designs. Can I have more of those, please?
I would just like to point out that the arms monsters in Kiva are fucking great utility forms.
Oh yeah,
It's fantastic.
Also,
the versatility. You know, you have you have the speed of Garudu.
Mhm.
You have the range of Basha, and then you have the sheer power of Doga.
Yeah. And I'd also like to note that for me personally, something that I will enjoy is that with Kiva we have a motif that I am very familiar with, given my musical tastes, that we didn't see a whole lot of before or since, and that is doing this almost visual kei like neo gothic affair. Something that is, it's to the point that there's a small part of me that wonders if at some point they had considered doing Gact a year earlier, because he would have been a much better fit here, because if you know Gact's history, you know exactly why I say that. And if not getting him in, then getting something like just any visual K act from around that time. Hell, I pay good money just to have Buck Tick show up at least once. but there was also the fact that you know how I said that Ryutaro is largely a wet blanket. Wataru is that at first, but he gradually grows out of it.
And becomes a goddamn badass. And oh my god, it's so good.
He starts off as this shy, timid guy because of the past he's had to deal with, and the fact that he's been alone for a long time. So he has a hard time socializing.
Mm-hmm.
But as he deals more as Kiva and starts to make more friends and starts to learn more about his past, it brings him out of that shell, and that's what really helps him grow as a character.
I will also note that I had a bit of a fan theory when we finally saw King, because there's a small part of me that wonders if Kiva and Saga were swapped at some point, especially because of the fact that King has that same red hair that Wataru does. There, of course, there's two other people that I'd be remiss if I didn't bring up. One of them is our once in a century genius, who it is apparently he made a strong enough impression that they decided to bring him back some years later, just in a different coat of paint. But
yeah,
you'll hear me complaining. He's awesome.
The other is, even if he was only there for a few episodes, I'd be remiss if I didn't bring up the Spider Fangire.
One of the creepiest motherfuckers around.
Hey, wait. God damn it! You never knew hand puppets could be so scary.
I did. I've seen Red Dwarf.
And that, yeah. Oh, yes. Mr. Bigglesworth is very angry. But yeah, the Spider Fang, that laugh of his. That is the kind of thing you hear in your nightmares.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, thank you.
Yep. And I do think in some regards this Kiva was taking some lessons from Faiz, in the sense that you have this group of four that's central to a large amount of the story. In this case, the Checkmate Four, as opposed to Faiz's Lucky Clover.
Yeah.
And now, admittedly, the CGI problem, which has been an off and on thing, was definitely a problem. Definitely a problem in some cases here, especially the Castle Doran scenes.
Yeah, it never looked pretty.
But let's be fair. CG was still pretty nascent for TV stuff back then.
Especially in Japan.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like, it took a long time for CG to to become more sophisticated in most of Toku because they were so used to practical effects, thus the name.
Mm-hmm.
Even if we look at Garo, Monk.
Yeah.
Garo was only a few years earlier in 2005, 2006. And its CG is not the best. It certainly did what it could with what it had, and that was very evident in how much love was put into Garo. But they really tried to rely more on the practical effects when they could, and I think Garo was good for that. Later, Garo has been doing really well with some of the CG. Like some of the CG has gotten very sophisticated.
At the time, if you use CG on a small scale, it tended to be actually pretty decent. If you did it for small effects here and there, it actually looked really good. But once you started bumping things up to large scale, like Castle Duran, that's when you started noticing the problems.
Yeah.
But if you want another instance besides Castle Duran, the quote unquote Phoenix form he got from the movie, which they brought over for a single episode.
I mean,
but for me, the big thing is that the big drawbacks I would put is that there were a few stumbling points at the end. And more importantly, there were some issues getting visual cues when it came to the time jump, because obviously this takes place in both 2008 and 1986. And it had a, much like Blade, it had a bit of a rough start, but I'd say it got over its rough start a lot faster than Blade did. I would honestly put Kiva as a A.
I am okay with this.
I can see Kiva as
And
A.
This is a high
Kiva
A.
should be higher, but I'll go with A.
Yeah.
It's not quite an S, but it's nearly there for sure.
Yeah.
Be biased, okay?
Hey, we all have our biases, but this is a case of there's not disputing it's a good series.
It's a good, yes. I would also like to say that, as I always say, Coops, I don't play shit games and I don't watch shit shows. So
yep,
I can agree with most of these things.
So then we have our second major point of division. Destroyer of Worlds, Kamen Rider Decade.
And we can't consider any of his appearances afterwards because of the fact that would skew things pretty heavily.
Yeah. Now I want to add a little side note for this, because last night we were watching wrestling with our buddies, and of course one of the people I watch with is my buddy TJ Omega, who, as anyone who knows him knows, is a huge Decade fan. In fact, him and I literally had a war over it.
Hey, John, how are you after? Do you still feel unclean after being inside TJ?
I could never wash it off.
I would like to say.
I mean, that's how I was introduced to you. Getting punched in the face by a plastic obsessed man child.
How is my question is how can you have a war when the winner is already apparent?
That being said, now, of course, as anyone who knows it, I mean, the name pretty much implies it, this was celebrating the 10 years of the Heisei Kamen. This was all of the previous series we just talked about, culminating to this moment. Oh, did they not give it the treatment it needed?
Well,
it's a giant fanfic, let's be honest. TJ made that joke himself.
I would like to say that they could have executed it really well. And then bullshit happened behind the scenes.
This is
where we heard that before.
Decade, I believe, is definitely the shortest Heisei era writer as a whole. I'm not sure if it's as short as the original Amazon back in the Showa era.
I can check that now.
I will say this.
And I think the answer was no last time we checked one.
Yeah. There was definitely a tonal.
Yeah, Amazon was 24 episodes, so it's 7 less.
There was a tonal difference. It felt going through because it was after it was around the time they finished the 9 worlds based off of the previous 9 series. Around after they went to the quote unquote dark world, basically where all the dark riders that have been introduced were used. It felt like there was a definite tonal difference in the writing. And
it gave the feeling of they had the idea of visiting the Rider Worlds. Okay, cool. But then they got to the end of that. They got through all the Rider Worlds, and they're like, okay, now what do we do?
They went to the
still
world
got all
of
this extra time left.
negatives.
Which it still worked within it because up until that point we had where the writers themselves were in charge, but then we have the negative world where it was the opposite, where the dark writers reigned supreme. That kind of worked, but then afterwards, other than a couple unique tellings of Showa ones, what do we? And the first ever Kamen Rider Sentai crossover, which was canon.
Yeah.
There wasn't really
Shinkenger
much.
with Decade.
Yeah, there wasn't really much there.
Yeah, honestly, the Shinkenger side of that crossover was better.
Without a doubt. Without a doubt.
But that is neither here nor there for this assessment.
As I recall, there was a lot of chaos behind the scenes in terms of what they could do, who they could get, what suits they could even use.
Which is why you had all the AR world versions of many of the heroes.
I was fine with that. Those, for all intents and purposes, a lot of them were the idea of them being alternative realities. It works because in some way, in a lot of the ways they presented, they were alternative tellings to concepts that I'm pretty sure were originally were left on the cutting room floor when the original worlds came up with. I look more towards the Kuga one felt more because they had like the brother-sister relationship between Kuga and his contact with the police. Seeing that development, I could see how that worked with the original Kuga. Agito too, but
there's one small problem with that. And that is an issue of managing expectations. When you build it around this idea of he is going to be going through the past worlds to try and discover what he lost and who he actually is, since you're dealing with somebody who it felt like the intent from my perspective was that Tsukasa was someone who always felt out of place where he was. And that's even hinted at with why his photos always turn out the way they do. Because the world is rejecting him as this foreign element. And because of that, if you're going with this whole going to the past 9 worlds, that's going to present the idea of going to past actors and past writers. Except if you can't get that many people to come back, then it's an idea that's not worth doing. This was something that was learned the hard way when it came to trying to get so many former Power Rangers actors back over to New Zealand
for Megaforce.
There was, I think there was more to it though that besides that. But
that's its own set of issues we don't need to get into here.
I would like to point out that just like we reconstructed Ryuki, we also reconstructed Decade.
And I remember that one of the things we really focused on was focusing more on Dai Shocker than focusing on the whole 9 worlds and this big what amounts to a J.J. Abrams mystery box.
Yeah, and ultimately, the idea of the whole crossover series for an anniversary thing was a really cool idea, and it looked like they were doing well at first, I guess is the best way to put it. Not to mention that many of the characters that we get with the main cast, especially Tsukasa, are actually really well written. But in the end, due to, as Cure pointed out, the loss of the head writer halfway through the series and all the other bullshittery, the execution all automatically falls flat. Because now whatever momentum you've built up, whatever ideas you've had, they're all gone, or they're all severely changed because the person who was at the helm, it no longer is.
Even good series can run into problems like that when you have a big change. Hell, Power Rangers RPM would be a good example of that. They had to change out their head writer, and while the person they replaced them with was able to keep it going and keep it from falling apart, it still caused a lot of drastic changes that you can tell there was a tonal shift.
Yeah, and ultimately, the entire reason we did the reconstruction was not only to see, what story we could get out of the building blocks presented to us, but also to give a fully constructed by the same people thinking about it set, basically. It was all of us just having shooting the shit and adding the blocks together, because when you have that central vision and you have the same people working on it all the way to completion, it feels more like a complete product. And Decade doesn't feel like a complete product until you include Tsukasa in other series. Then it feels more like he's hooked into the whole I'm traveling from Kamen Rider to Kamen Rider to figure out who I am, except at that point he's already figured out who he is. Now he's more I'm traveling to Kamen Rider from Kamen Rider to Kamen Rider to help out because it's funny.
Yeah.
Which is what it ended up being in the end.
Yep.
And that's kind of why I as we were developing that, I wanted to put in that coda of ending it on Kivala being the writer for a specific world, and Tsukasa acknowledging that that's your role. I'm not that person. I'm someone who passes through.
Yep. Just the Kamen Rider passing through at this point.
And because of that, much like the other series that was heavily damaged due to chaos behind the scenes, I think Decade, its core season and maybe if you were to throw in All Writers and Movie War, that should go in D.
Yeah. Like I said, if we could consider the parts where he appears in other series and everything else, it would go higher. But as its core self, it's a D.
Yeah.
Yep.
Although I will maintain between the two movies, the one that has the bigger impact is his appearance in Movie War 2010.
Because that's the canon ending, though, in my personal opinion, the canon ending should have been All Writers versus Daishocker.
Yeah, I could definitely see that. Especially
It
since
was more in line with what they were leading up to, whereas Movie War just kind of felt like they were throwing together something half-assed because it wasn't the original movie they had planned, and that's what killed it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
and
I was going to bring that up.
I see Kira doing the whole "what is the deal with Narutaki?" Funny about that, in the reconstruction, we answered that.
Yeah.
Go watch the reconstruction episode if you're interested.
He was a
Yeah.
he was a false prophet.
Crimson, I don't think any of us is going to hold John down. First of all, I don't think any of us is there. And second of all, I think we're all as enthusiastic as he is. So
Yeah, I was about to say, I'm letting him go on this one. He got it.
So
he
Let's
gets to
face
cook.
it. Like
Monk?
if he gets to cook here, I get to cook in two seasons later.
Well, and then I get to cook on Gaim.
So
Yeah. So if I may, Monk, because this one's all me.
Yep.
I just have one thing to say to you. Sa, omae yo sume yo kazaro.
Okay, Captain Quarter.
So I'm just gonna put this right here.
Thank you.
Yeah, is there any question where this is going?
Nope.
And
You know it's a good way it gets an anime adaptation.
yeah, and a good one, I might add.
Futo Tante is a great manga as well.
Look,
Oh yes.
Now, let's but for the sake of keeping this inconsistent, let's break it down. It's time to count our sins with Kamen Rider Double. Now, there is a reason why I, to this day, count this as my personal favorite, and it's not just because it was my first. Because I have gone back, rewatched it here and there, I've looked over, I've seen other people talk about it, and everything about this series just fits with the motif, from the characters to the story. You know, it's funny when it needs to be, it's dramatic when it needs to be, it's action-packed when it needs to be. It hits every note near perfect. And the few stumbling blocks it has are minuscule at best.
I think one of the stumbling blocks is that the accusation of half-boiled doesn't have as much doesn't really stick as much as it is probably supposed to.
Yeah, and I'm once again going to refer to Deshenta on this because he brought this up too. The thing is that when people think of half-boiled or hard-boiled, they think of this emotionless, just by-the-books detective that doesn't care about anything but the case. There's no emotion whatsoever. And that's why Shotaro often gets called half-boiled, because he does show emotion. He gets excited, he gets freaked out, he can falter from time to time. But what makes that claim of being half-boiled untrue is that he's only emotional when it's not necessary to be emotionless.
That's why he's the Joker.
Yeah. When it's time for him to knuckle down and get serious, he is very tough, and it is very hard to break him. The problem with emotionless characters is that they use that lack of emotion as a shell to protect themselves from outside influence. But if you find a crack in that shell, there is often a very frail person underneath that easily crumbles. But with Shotaro, because of what he's dealt with, he has learned not just to create a shell, but to toughen himself inside. So that while he could still be human, he could still have emotion, it is very hard to get him to fall.
I mean, I'm looking at it like, how many times did we actually see him fall? Because outside the last episode.
Honestly, there was only one other case.
Beast.
And that was the case.
The Beast arc.
The Beast arc, yes. That is exactly which one I was going for. But that's because there was so much happening because of his closest friends, from Philip to Ryu, even Akiko to some small extent, and of course the connections to his past with his mentor, and how that all was coming together. All of these factors hitting him all at once. It would be hard for anyone to stay strong during that. Anyone in his position would have fallen. And even then, he got back up, and he was even stronger after.
And something that I do think I need to point out, especially since this is drawing so much on film noir, the reason you have the concept of the hard-boiled detective out of the film noir / noir genre is, consider the time frame in which that particular type of filmmaking, type of storytelling came out. It was shortly after World War I, the war to end all wars. Everybody knows the horror stories about No Man's Land, the man-made horrors beyond mortal comprehension that came out of that war. And you had a lot of people coming back who may have been bright-eyed about the war when they came in, but came out with the 1,000-yard stare with some of the shit that they'd seen, especially if they ever had to deal with the hell that is trench warfare. And a lot of times they're trying to put the pieces back after being broken by that war. This is why, if you look at a lot of hard-boiled detectives throughout fiction, they have this vibe of they've seen some shit. And the important thing is that this is often contrasted with someone who is more optimistic. In the case, this is why if somebody wanted to see that particular aspect of the hard-boiled detective, that was Sochiki. You know, the first man I ever cosplayed as.
Yeah.
Yeah, wearing a suit in the middle of Florida summer. What a brilliant fucking idea.
You have no one to blame but yourself, sir. I warned you. I fucking warned you.
Oh, I knew what I was getting into, but I was like, I planned on doing this. I'm gonna fucking do it.
Yeah, don't worry, Monk. I was right with you when I did Zenigata complete.
Oh, oh god, that's even worse because you had to wear.
No.
You had to wear.
Yeah, no. The idea of it worse. What made it worse was it was an old disco suit I found at a thrift store, and you've seen the way on those things.
Yeah.
But yeah, that was supposed to be the contrast. Is that Sokichi was the quote unquote hard-boiled detective, but even he understood that that's not always what's needed, and he had moments where he could show emotion. But he also knew that Shotaro could never be him.
He didn't want Shotaro to be him either.
Exactly. He knew that. He wanted Shotaro to be his own man. His own man among men. And that's what he was trying to push. And until Shotaro got over himself and finally realized what he needed to be, only then could someone like Sokichi recognize him, which was culminated in Movie War 2010, which is canon. And while it may have been an alternate world version of Sokichi, he recognized the strength of character that Shotaro had grown into, and gave him that nod that he needed when he needed it most.
Now, that being said, this is the reason why I'm putting this as S is not just because we have pretty much perfect casting all around, but also the ripple effect that this ended up sending that's felt even now when it comes to the writing styles of Riku Sanjo. I mean, for fuck's sake, one of our earliest episodes of GeekWatch was all about his work and his writing styles. And more importantly, I've mentioned before how important a strong identity is when it comes to both visuals and music. We definitely have that with the film noir leaning aesthetic. I even appreciated that that Wakana's radio show was actually on the radio in Japan.
Yeah, they made it in a radio series that, with connections to the series. It's still technically supplementary material and side material, so it doesn't, we're not counting it for this. But the fact that they went out of their way to do that, and add to that motif, just
there's also a bit. Double was interesting on a rewatch, more than the first watch, because there are a lot of, much like with Avatar, there are a lot of little things that I noticed that were callbacks. Even some of the blink and you miss it stuff, like say the markings that you see on Shotaro's face before transformation, that itself is a nod to Kamen Rider 2. And the scars that Hayato had because of how his transformation, not his transformation, his surgery ended up turning out. And even if you want to go further, that's a nod to 009. I mean, you have the reason you have metal form using a staff is that as a nod to X. You have a lot of nods to past work in a given franchise, Sanjo really loves the concept of legacy in his work.
I mean, hell, Sokichi, when he would later reveal that he was Kamen Rider Skull, was a nod all the way back to the beginning with with the Skull Man.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he dug deep into Kamen Rider's history for material.
And moreover, as we said during that particular episode talking about Riku Sanjo, Double had a ripple effect of providing a direction for things to come. Because we said that throughout a large amount of the Phase 1 Heisei era, things were very all over the place in terms of direction and tone. And that's not a knock on the Heisei era as a whole. It's just that because of the fact that they were going in a direction different from the Showa era, and they hadn't quite figured out what that direction was, they were throwing a bunch of things at the wall, and some stuck more than others.
Phase 1 was all about experimenting with what Kamen Rider could be. Phase 2 was where they took what they learned and started implementing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and they did that by Double helped reestablish the core foundation that the Phase 1 Heisei had tried to throw away. Yes, it's great to experiment, but you still have to have that core foundation to work with, and as we've said, Ryuki threw that foundation away, and that's why the later series struggled so much, because it didn't have a foundation to build off of. Since Double, Kamen Rider had that foundation and it was stable again. And yet they still found ways to experiment while keeping that foundation intact.
Mm-hmm. Although when I see Ryubei Sonozaki, I still keep thinking it's the Japanese Elton John.
Although I do have to say, some experiments worked better than others. I can think of many experiments that worked really well in one series.
Mm-hmm. But, and of course, this is the reason why I say ripple effects is because, like, look at, for instance, the naming motifs or the concept of mixing and match, which would show up multiple times over the years throughout the rest of the Heisei era, and including going into the Reiwa era at certain points.
Mix and match. Let me count the Neo Heisei stuff that does mix and match. I'm not going to say which ones. I'm just going to count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That do big on the mix and match.
That's 7 out of 10.
Yes, that's 70% of Phase 2.
Mm-hmm. Now, also I'd be remiss. I'd say the only this is a massive stretch, but I'd say the only downside I would see is Utopia as a villain wasn't as strong as any member of the Sonozaki family. But that's because when you've got a bunch of heavy hitters, having somebody who's a slightly heavy hitter is gonna be looked at differently.
I think Utopia would have worked better if Foundation X had been used the way Riku Sanjo had tried to set it up for them. If they had actually used Foundation X properly, I think we would have looked back at Utopia much better than we do now.
Mm-hmm.
But let's all be a little more honest here. Eternal is so much better.
I mean,
Katsumi Daido is the best.
Yeah,
oh, he was
Who's
so
arguing
great
about
as a
that?
Mm-hmm. So
no, the less we talk about his his prequel movie, the better.
Yeah.
What prequel movie?
Exactly.
The only
I don't know what you're talking about.
The only V cinema from that era I acknowledge is the one that Axel got, and that's because it was one long hour-long lead up to one joke.
Wait, which one?
The whole don't address someone's wife so casually.
Oh yeah. Yeah, and that still wasn't a great movie, but at least, you know, it was just trying to be fun, and it gave Ryu some closures, because he kind of got left a little behind, but kind of regressed Akiko a little bit too much.
Weather Doppin. Everybody loves the Weather Doppin arc.
Hey, it's one of
Weather
the few people in Toku who can out-eat me.
Well, the other thing you kind of hit on it as well, but the unique design, the idea behind all the, I guess the memories of the and the Dopants, like some of the ideas they went for were out there, but they worked so well.
Some more than others. T-Rex still looks goofy.
Magma and Diamond looked amazing. The Gina, the DNA gene guy.
Gene was a little goofy, but it was interesting. And then, of course, Dummy.
Yeah. Oh, sorry.
No, you know what? I'm letting you have that one because it fits.
Yeah.
He is a dummy. Yeah.
Don't worry. He got his comeuppance.
Although, if we really want to go into that, how could I not bring up the Liar arc? Another case of leading up to one joke.
We had Old, which was a very unique, which actually was very amusing for like an idea of an arc, or at least a villain. Then we also had Nightmare.
Yeah, I just have to bring that up because of Akiko's moment of emotional damage.
Emotional damage!
But it is time to count up O's.
Everybody has tomorrow's underpants, right?
Hold on. Happy birthday
Yeah.
to you.
See, now here's the one where...
Japanese Ronnie, come on down.
Now here's
I gotta
another one
rewatch
that's...
Gaia now because goddamn, I forgot he was.
Yeah.
I think he went from that to there. Oh.
Anyway, now here's another one that's divisive, but not in the same way. It's a divisive of whether or not it was good or amazing.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that way. Okay, I was about to say.
No, no one really says O's is a bad series, but it's debatable whether it's considered a good series or a great series.
Mm-hmm.
Say that looking just at O's the series, and not like any of the crossover stuff that we aren't considering with any of the other series.
Yeah.
O's is definitely good on the edge of great, but hasn't quite gotten to great.
I can agree with that.
And the reason for that is it's extremely solid in everything that it does. It's got a solid story. It's got solid villains. It's got a solid hero and sub-writers. The sub-writers are great.
Mm-hmm.
I fucking love both Akira and Shintaro. They're both fantastic.
Mm-hmm.
But on top of all of that, you've got a great supporting character that's technically one of the bad guys, Ankh, that you cry over. Don't lie, every one of you did, and anyone who lies, I will find you and make you cry instead, but it will be in pain.
Yes.
I won't say I can't say I shed physical tears, but I definitely hurt.
Hey, Monk, we got a problem.
What?
That collection of icicle pops we had in the back is gone.
God damn it!
Rick, it's your fault.
What are you talking about?
I told you to hide those things better.
I don't have the key to that area.
Skill issue.
Moving on.
Yeah. Now, when it comes to O's, I would say if there's any real stumbling point, it really is Maki. I get what he was trying to go for, and I get the theme that they were going with him desiring the void. I think the problem that I had was that there was a long stretch of no momentum where it kept repeating the same themes. AG's turning into a greed. You have the friction between him and Ankh now that Ankh has most of his body back. You have Maki constantly wanting the void, and the void his desire for the void isn't as strong of a concept as compared to the unique desires of each of the other greeds. I mean, you have one who wants to be the strongest, one who's a good boy who's a massive simp for another. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if Yasuko Kobayashi was taking some notes from Full Metal Alchemist when it came to the greed, since they are technically homunculi.
I've seen there was someone who did a fanfic that was crossing them over, and the amount of times they made comparisons between the two.
I mean, it's kind of hard to do full comparison because there's 7 deadly sins and only 5 greeds. 6 if you want to count Maki.
The thing is, though, I think the reason why Maki doesn't work completely is that he was actually a last-minute change, a very subtle one. But if you watch one of the movies, they had hinted at another greed entirely.
Oh yeah, I think the one they were originally going to had in mind before they used that suit for what would be Eiji.
Yeah, they teased it. I think they teased it in movie War Core, if I remember correctly. I could be wrong.
They did. That's when they did, because that was the 2 pterodactyls, and I know one of them said Garu.
Yeah, because Kazari, the wolf, he mentioned another greed, and that was the only mention of it. That's the only mention of it we ever saw. And then after that, Maki starts becoming pushed to the front.
Mm-hmm.
You're talking about Giru.
Yeah.
That's what they were going to do originally, and then I think at the last minute someone pulled a change and said, why don't we make Dr. Maki the villain and make this whole other thing? So I get the feeling that's what went wrong.
Yeah, because as you pointed out, he was originally only ever overheard in movie War Core creating the 2 Pteranodon Yumi.
Mm-hmm.
Or Yummy, if people want to really say it that way.
I will say I consider it to be good, but there are some significant flaws. So it's in that category of almost greatness.
Yeah, I definitely think O's is either high B or low A.
I would be perfectly fine with putting it as I'm not confident in putting it as an A. I'm thinking of putting it as a B.
Yeah, like I said, high B or even low A, but definitely high B for sure.
I say IB.
I thought that.
Like the issues with Maki end up bringing things down for a significant amount of time, and there is of course the eternal debate about what is Oz's final form. Even though Puto Tira is the one that technically counts.
Puto Tira is shit, and Taja Doru will always be better. Fuck you.
Yeah, that's where the debate comes from. Is that some people, because Puto Tira was the last form he got, and it's the one that is like his. It's more of a berserker form than anything. But Tajador in almost every iteration since has been the form he always defaults to, and especially in that last movie, even though that last movie was shit.
Well, and there's also the fact that unlike every other form, Tajadol has the really cool fucking disc that he could put the other 7 bird metals he's not using into, which we never actually get to see him do, which made me really
if I may, gentlemen, there's a joke I need to make when I hear about that disc. And those who know who Zeron Zephyr is or was, you'll get this. It's a waffle maker.
Pretty much, but
that disc had a potential, and they never fucking used it, especially since one of the metals is technically broken.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and the other thing I want to bring up, which I think I bring it up, and it was amusing. It was a good amusing laugh. The 2000th episode. At the very least, even if you don't like the show, give that a watch. That episode.
It was
1,000th episode. It was the 1,000th episode. But I know it. Yeah, that's a fun little thing. But it's a nice little side thing, and seeing Hina finally get some time to shine was pretty cool.
Seeing a shocker to support the Kamen Rider.
But if there's any part of his kit, if there's any part of Oz's kit that was underutilized, it was his sword.
Yeah, the meta W. After the later forms got introduced, he kind of stopped using it too much.
I think it's like, because even then, every form had a weapon to use, had a weapon of some kind to use, and when you look at the idea what each form was based around, the magic caliber really didn't fit them. So,
I think what would have worked is if he could have used the core metals with the meta caliber to unlock unique finishers with it.
I could see that.
Later Kamen Rider series did that, and I think that worked out really well. I think that's what they should have done.
Yeah. But next, hey, come back here. It's space time.
Yeah!
Yeah. Hold on, Maddie. I'm going to have to say something here because, especially for my fans who are watching, back in the day, I had a hate boner for Heisei. But upon reflection and reevaluation of everything, I don't dislike Heisei as much as I used to. It's really only the ending that pissed me off. But when I look at the rest of the series, it's actually pretty decent.
And Maddie, I get why you probably hate it. I'm going to say this. This is one of my top 5. And one of the things that really helped with this, the year this came out, I was going through a tough time. This helped me. So that's part of my bias.
Now,
that's fair. That is totally fair.
I will admit I have a bias for. It would be easy to say that I have a bias for characters that are over the top, but that's not exactly true. What I have a bias for is characters who, to channel Dr. Cox, commit. COMMIT. And with Heisei, we definitely have that because I just very much enjoy his enthusiasm towards friendship.
Gentaro is the best.
That and Gentaro having a very Yankee look, but is all about friendship.
That pompadour, bruh.
Oh my god, yeah. I think the only real detriment to Gentaro is that him being a delinquent was never they never really explored his past and informed why he became the way he is now.
Yeah.
I think they could have explored that more and really done something with that. But they really wanted to focus more on him being the central point to where all the other characters gathered around. And in that regard, they did a great job.
The part of the reason for that, right?
Huh.
We gotta go out. We have to go outside a little bit because part of the development for that and the reason why Gentaro became his character as that is because of the earthquake.
That is true. That did come out around the time of Gokaigers, and we all know how Gokaigers production got affected by the earthquake, much in the more positive way as well. But for Heisei, yeah, that's what it was. Again, it was understandable why they did that. I just think a little more exploration into Gentaro's past would have probably done wonders for him as a character.
Oh, I'm not denying that. I am not denying that.
We at least knew that he that he lived with his grandfather and they moved around a lot because his grandfather was a bike mechanic.
Yeah.
Also, that his parents died when he was very young,
and that he was childhood friends with Yuki.
Yep.
I will admit I had theorized at one point that he had become friends with delinquents and didn't realize that his outfit makes him look like a delinquent.
But he's not one. Not
Yeah.
really.
He's
Not really at all. He doesn't have any delinquent tendencies. And this is coming from someone who's had to dub a lot of manga dubs involving delinquents.
No, the only delinquent tendency he has is not to listen to authority figures a lot of the time. Come on now.
Well, when you consider the teacher they had, I don't really blame him either.
Well, and also, while we can't count this because this is technically outside of the series, remember, he does eventually become a teacher and is still wearing the pompadour and acting the same way as always.
Oh, yeah, and no, even the to add on to that, even the suit he wears, it looks like his old clothes.
A little bit.
But I think that's the other thing. Leaving Gentaro for a second, the ensemble cast we had, because the idea of the show itself took place in a high school setting, and the amount of different, I would say, representatives from the type of groups we usually would see in high schools. Now, granted, we've all never been to a Japanese high schools. We don't know a lot of the.
Yeah, but the school that we're dealing
there.
with in this show isn't trying to be a Japanese high school.
I know, it's trying to be West. It's trying to be a West.
Yeah, and you look at all the different cliques. I mean, you have Yuki, who's the best friend, and also the happy-go-lucky girl. You have the prep girl. You have the jock boy. You have the nerdy boy. You have the gloomy emo girl.
And then you have the guy who wants to go to all the parties, yet is really good with social networking. I think that was the best part. They had someone in every part of the school that could get info.
You were saying, Zen?
I was gonna say that Miu never really felt like a prep, despite being the head cheerleader.
Oh no!
No,
she felt almost close to Gyaru in certain ways, even though she didn't have the art style of Gyaru
she was the
style.
popular girl. She was actually, there is a term for what they call her. She was the Madonna of the school.
Mm-hmm.
Yes,
Yep,
that's
absolutely.
what she was.
Absolutely, I can agree to that.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
And then, of course, I will say that Gentaro and Ryusei are definitely Japanese school
Archetypes.
tropes. Gentaro is the word for it is futeki gosha, commonly translated as misfit. He is absolutely the misfit of the school. Ryusei is, of course, the transfer student, for one. Even though he technically didn't go to the school. He acts like one. And a perfectionist as well.
Yes.
The type of obsessive perfectionist you see in high level Japanese like prep schools.
Yes. Absolutely.
And so with that in mind, they're the only ones that kind of fit Japanese tropes to a T, except for maybe Jake. Jake's one of those guys who he's the male version of a Gyaru. He's the fashion boy. He's basically a visual kei protagonist.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
Oh yeah. Actually, yeah. Then we had Shun, who was the son of the high-end guy, but he just wanted to make his own friends, and it's really good at football, American football. You have to specify. Who's fun fact? Fun fact: just opened up a bar. This actor just opened up a bar in Japan.
That doesn't surprise me. Not a single bit. That does not fucking surprise me.
That Aussie guy, yeah, no, I'm not surprised either.
Well, you see plenty of folk opening up either bars or similar restaurants. I think Black's actor opened up a steakhouse at one point.
Yep.
But like I said, it doesn't surprise me a single bit.
Yeah. Now, that being said, if there's any weak points when it comes to Forze,
Pacing.
I would say it's pacing and to a certain extent the villains.
Yeah.
There were okay. You're right. The 12 main Zodiarts that are the big bads, the ones that are named after the 12 named
Horoscopes.
zodiacs, the horoscopes themselves. Yes,
That's what. No, that's what they are. That's what
I know
group
the
is called.
horoscopes themselves. I know. Some of them are really, really good, especially some of the reveals, like a Virgo. That was genius, especially since they had Nobuyuki Hiyama playing one of the many identities of Virgo.
I think part of the issue for them was originally the zodiacs were just basic constellations, and we heard rumors of the horoscopes being the generals or the superpower that they were. And when we first got introduced to a few of them, okay, we could tell that. And when we first saw Cancer come through, we even got to see how it worked. A lot of the power struggle within the group, which we had hints of before, but this one it was even more obvious. But after a while, once Libra got his ability to see the true potential in certain people for their zodiac, those horoscopes eventually just became monsters of the week. They lost their threat.
I understand.
And this
the biggest thing is that a lot of the horoscopes. I think the worst part was when Gamo's bodyguard Ko kept getting different fucking horoscope switches.
Yep.
Because he started as the Leo Zodiarts, and then he just kind of becomes anybody who's already been defeated if he wants to. Scorpio, excuse me. Cancer, Aries. He got to transform into over half of the other zodiarts. Of the other horoscopes. He got to looking at the list. Ko eventually got his hands on the Scorpio switch, the Cancer switch, the Aries switch, the Capricorn switch, the Aquarius switch, and even the Virgo switch after Emoto was killed. Oh, and the Gemini switch. Couldn't forget that.
Yeah.
That was kind of excessive.
Also, just to get this out of the way, orange dildo.
That said,
don't forget double orange dildo, Monk.
Yeah.
But the cosmic switches, the items, it's hit or miss, but I kind of like them.
They had some good. There were some good switches, and then there were some that were just like, what the fuck?
Well, so this is a result of them increasing the amount of mix and match, because you can see this as a straight progression. In double, we had a mix and match between two counterparts. One was, one was one side, one was the other. You could mix and match up to 6 of them, and there you go. Then we move on to O's, which was a mix and match between 3 parts. And then you get to Forze, which is a mix and match of 4. It's very clear that they understood they may have gone a little far with Forze, because we don't start seeing mix and match again for hold on, let me check the series list real quick.
Something of that big?
After Forze, we don't start seeing any amount of mix and match for another 3 series at Drive, when he starts getting the tire switches.
Yeah. Well, this was part of the double O's and Forze, and you could argue for Decade as well, because it kind of starts from there, was part of a counting gag that they were doing. And you could see that. 1 card, 2 Gaia memories, 3 medals, 4 switches.
Yeah.
But like you said, they kind of realized they couldn't go any further without it getting even more ridiculous than Forza already was, which is why they stopped, as much as others would like to argue otherwise.
I think what's really fun is that when they started realizing that they were starting to get you can tell exactly when they started realizing that the switches were already getting excessive, and that's when we got the things like the paired switches with magnet states, or the fact that cosmic states was essentially all of the switches at once.
Yeah.
They're like we kind of went too far, so
That when it comes to doing that kind of mix and match, it's hard to do upgrade states with that setup, and you can see that
Yeah.
they kind of had trouble with it.
yeah.
But I would say given all the ups and downs with Forza, honestly, I would put it as B.
I can see Forza as a solid B, absolutely.
Oh yes.
Yeah.
We have good characters and a great ensemble cast. We have a story that has some pacing issues, but some really memorable character designs, some really good villains. I'm sorry, but Gamo is a great villain.
Gummo's a
um,
great villain. I
and-
love the monster designs.
Yes, the monster designs are fantastic. Music was pretty good. I wouldn't say it's the greatest we've seen, but it certainly is not bad. It's
The
it's
opening could have been better, and there's one other thing I have to call out that was the reason why I wouldn't rent this any higher. In fact, I would have almost argued for C tier, but it's a small argument, and I'm not gonna fight over it. The ending was bullshit. I'm sorry. I hate the ending.
Which part? The Kenga part?
Yeah, Kengo being this like ultimate like this like
Star
that
Child.
ultimate, yeah, the Star Child, the final switch, and the resolution of it all. Okay, the actual final battle and the whole thing of all of them coming together to defeat the final
I was
guy.
fine with that part.
That part I'm cool with.
But you
But
don't
then
like
the
them bringing
epilogue
Kengo
also
back from death.
yeah, that part. Yeah, I'm not.
I can see why you're arguing for that. A loss and a sacrifice of that level may have been necessary for the storytelling to be a little more. What's the word I'm looking for here?
Impactful?
Yes, because with Kengo not dying, you lose any sense of real stakes. Like, sure, the stakes are if we don't stop Gamo, he's gonna take over the world and destroy stuff and everything. Sure, that those stakes are always there, but that's in. What's the word I'm looking for here?
It's a case. I think the thing
It's
is we're not
ephemeral.
arguing. Yeah, you're thinking it needs to be more personal, which for Forza you're not wrong. You know,
Yeah.
that's a series that relies on personal stakes because of how personal all the character arcs needed to be.
Exactly.
I think it's more of a case of concept was fine, execution didn't quite hit the mark.
And
I can see that.
let's
Yeah.
also keep in mind the two writers that you have involved with Forza.
Nakashima and Hasegawa, other than Sanjo, you mean?
Yeah, and I think Sanjo has admitted that he doesn't see Forza as his work.
No,
Right.
I don't. You can't really count
assisted.
that as a Sanjo series,
Yeah, he assisted. He wasn't the main writer.
Yeah,
and that's.
and you have a few people who had different directions. Is the key that I'm getting at here.
Yeah.
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 So with that, it is showtime. Because next
Please.
we got to talk about Wizard.
It's showtime, please, Monk. Say the magic
Please.
word.
Yes, because please is the magic word.
Fire!
I love-
please. That
I
was the
loved that. I loved that little. Honestly,
the magic
I
word
find
is please.
I find Wizard to be a very underrated series. Is it great? No, it has its flaws, but
If
I think it gets a lot more hate than it honestly deserves.
let me get this out of the way where I think we're gonna ultimately put it as B. You're
I
right.
can agree
It gets more hate than I think it should, probably because it came right off of Forza, which was, while we've also rated B, it was exceptionally popular at its time, and also because it was a really downer story. There had been a lot of pretty bright stories preceding, even with Double being slightly darker in certain tones, it's still fairly bright overall. O's is super bright because AG is a sunshine boy that nobody can touch. And if you try, I will murder everyone and then myself if anything happens to AG. Yes, I have to invoke that particular meme.
Hey, no argument there, and that's why that last anniversary movie they did was shit because they killed him off.
Mm-hmm.
I don't acknowledge that one. Also,
That
I don't
movie doesn't
acknowledge that
exist.
for.
Moving on.
But
Moving on.
But with Wizard, you're right. There's a lot of things that that get underrated by it. Let's not forget who was it just a few months ago that said I can't act with a mask over my face because you can't see my face, and somebody posts the washing machine scene.
Oh
You
yeah,
could
it was
get
the.
all that emotion out of that washing machine scene,
It
and
was.
all you're seeing is a suit actor.
It was the. I know who did it. It was the actor for not Master Chief in the live action Halo.
Oh yeah,
That's right. That
yeah.
Oh.
His armor needs to come off because you need to be able to see his face. No, you don't. And I remember seeing not one, not two, but like 70 responses to him from Tokusatsu fans, all posting the same GIF of. I believe it was Windform. He was in Windform.
It was him in Windform trying to clean clothes, and then
he looks over and he sees a fucking washing machine.
Mm-hmm.
You need no dialogue. You need no facial features to understand this sense of frustration he had at that moment. It was all in his body. And I'm just like, you just need to use your body more. When people can't see your face, you have to emote through your body. This is a known thing in normal fucking stage theater.
Like, here's the other one I would say. Look at any time. How many times have we laughed at the monsters of the mooks of any Sentai, Kamen Rider, Ultra, at their shenanigans?
Exactly. And so I'll come off that tangent now because it's rails, but Wizard had a great cast actually, especially when it came to he makes me laugh too much. He makes me laugh too much because he's always searching for more to eat.
Beast.
Kosuke,
Beast.
I love you, but man,
Nito, man, his
was
love of mayonnaise. Fun fact: I actually was at Walmart a while back, and they had that exact bottle of mayonnaise just sitting there on the shelf, and I laughed because I'm like, "Oh fuck, man, where's Nito when I need him?"
I have a lot of that in my local farmers market.
My big thing is that the mayonnaise he's using isn't even Japanese mayonnaise. It's basically mayonnaise made in the West.
Well, he was a traveler. When we first meet him, we see him with a backpack, and every time we see him since, he basically is a camper, so it makes sense.
The thing that made me laugh when it came to seeing him was twofold. One, you have the whole mayonnaise thing, but for a bit of context, around that time there was one anime I had finished not too long ago, and another I was watching that dealt with a lot of sauce. Obviously, the one I had finished not too long ago when I was watching was Gunsword, and Van putting on all of the sauce on anything he eats.
Because he can't taste anything due to the surgery that made him compatible with Don.
Mm-hmm. And the other is Gintama.
Yeah.
Oh God.
And how could I not bring up the Mayora Vice Commander with all of the mayonnaise, including having a mayonnaise cannon at one point?
Yeah.
What are you talking about? It's ice cream.
But especially with Wizard, the story is actually. One thing I will say is the story is very well written, and it plays itself perfectly.
Yeah.
The story, we don't see a lot of trailing off into the sand or new things included. The whole idea of wizards only existing because, well, they managed to suppress their phantom and things of that nature, it is played very straight. And Haruto is one of those figures who, the way I see him, he smiles because he knows how bad things can get. He continues to smile because if he didn't continue to smile, he'd probably just start crying.
Yeah.
I mean,
And then
it's kind of in that. It's kind of in his line. I will be your hope.
Yep.
Because he knows what despair is, and he never wants anyone else to experience what he went through.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, like he has said, he didn't fall into despair because of his magic. He was able to get his magic because he didn't fall into despair.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But he knows how close he came, and he knows that that is not something he wants to see anyone else suffer through.
Of course, then do I relive that fucking heartbreak? I suppose I have to, don't I? Because we all want to see him live happily with her, don't we?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Although, if there's anybody who was experiencing despair, it was the donut shop owner.
Comes up with all these unique and crazy flavors, and just wants Haruto to try it. Plain sugar.
But I just we all wanted him to be happy with Koyomi.
Yeah. Well, Monk, I also have to say, Donut Seller gets a few points knocked off for what happened in one of the movie wars.
Fair.
Oh yeah. Well, that was also. Well,
you all remember.
I want to say this on that. I think part of it, reason why that happened, or they had to do that, was the movie gimmick for Forze.
I get that. It's just that moment when it was revealed who was Patrin. Yeah, I'm sorry. That especially because you guys fucked with us on that one. All right, for context for those watching this stream and haven't followed my past, we watched Movie War Ultimatum on Toku Rift Live, one of the stream we did at the time, and because something had happened and the video file that I had downloaded for the movie had crashed.
Oops.
And so right near the end. Mm-hmm. So we were like, we asked the chat, all right, guys, should we find another way to finish this? Should we go out of our way, because it would take us extra work to go through the trouble. And everyone was vehemently saying, you guys need to finish this. So we're thinking, oh, something awesome must have happened. Something really cool.
They were trolling the shit out of you.
They trolled the shit out of us. And Matty especially, because he had made it clear he was a huge Patrin fan. So when that scene happened, when they revealed who it really was, we all lost our fucking minds.
That is funny.
Damn, I wish I could have been there for that shit.
Oh,
bro.
It was legendary, dude.
There's a small part of me that's wondering, did Matty lose his mind enough to the... Oh, and we lost Matty.
Matty was gone for a while.
That's why I spoke for him, because I knew he wasn't there.
But I would certainly be willing to put it as a B, bordering on A. And if for nothing else, the fact that I was able to make some really good memes out of Wizard.
How could we forget? How the fuck could we forget?
Ring,
Also,
ring,
Wizards-
ring, 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 banana phone.
Yep. Now,
Well, one
Now,
of the other things I liked about it, and it's a repeat thing I've said throughout this list. God damn those monster designs!
a lot of the creature designs as we go through the second phase of Heisei are really good.
Mm-hmm.
This is true.
Yeah.
Now, I get to cook because our next S rank is up. Fuck you all. You better fight me. I will beat you all into the dirt if you don't say Gaim is S rank.
I wasn't really going to argue it. I mean,
Good.
At worst, and this would be stretching it. I could say, if there was any flaws in it, maybe high A, but I'd have a hard time really defending that.
Mm-hmm.
I was able to. I made 3 essays with Gaim as the subject and got A+ on it because they impressed my teacher so well. That's how good this shit is.
I see this as the turning point. I see consider how how I said double caused a ripple effect.
Yeah.
Gaim did as well, but not in the same way. The ripple effect with Gaim was more towards it being Urabuchi coming off of his cocaine high.
Now, if you let me cook, Monk.
Mm-hmm.
So
While it's happening, the rest of us are going to get popcorn and food.
Rick, let Zan rave a little bit. Let him gush.
Gaim is a perfect storm, in my opinion. It took the previous examples of Rider Wars and contextualized it not only as an actual Rider War, but as a competition. It took the ideas of the end of the world and also the responsibility that comes with it and made it very personal, exceedingly so.
Yeah.
It combined all this with a fantastic set of suit designs, a wonderful cast of characters that every one of us loves except for Michi. Everything is Michi's fault. But even, okay, I will state this, as much as we meme on it, Michi being a character we love to hate still means he's written well.
Yes.
The entire premise of alien life form performing survival of the fittest in order to choose its new controller, the master of Helheim, and being a DJ to do so. I'm sorry, that was the part where I busted out laughing when it revealed he was the will of Helheim. DJ Zoame, we love you.
Yes. Thank you, Grandmaster Sexay. And tell me he doesn't look like him.
I know.
I suddenly want to see him start dancing with the rest before Rikishi comes out.
But the whole thing of it being people having the freedom to express themselves and then fighting for the stages on which to make their expression, turning into Sengoku Kabuki fruit samurai, because that's what it is. I mean, when I said flower path earlier, I'm referring to Orange Arms Hanamichi on stage.
Yeah.
And it's all kabuki. It's all a show. It's all a show to choose who's going to be the next god of Helheim. That's literally what it is. And they make the stakes so utterly personal when, at the very end, Kota chooses to try and retain most of his humanity by using Kiwami arms, whereas, well, Baron, he doesn't deserve his real name because he did abandon his humanity to just become what he thought was Baron. But then you have Ranbu Escalation that describes their entire fight. God, that song is so good.
Lord Baron.
Yes.
What?
Lord Baron, no, he's called Lord Banana.
Oh, what? Which made Baron such a very, very effective target for several memes I did, because Zan, I did an entire arc of just memeing on Baron in various forms.
I can imagine.
With the running gag of Baron hates people singing.
I can imagine. I can absolutely imagine.
Mm-hmm.
But
I've still got those memes buried somewhere in my archives.
Oh, I've still got them. I've got every one I submitted.
Monk, when you get a chance, send some to Zan.
Mm-hmm.
The big thing is, like, what we see is this Rider War that they've given to the beat writers and started giving them Lockseeds to have the Lockseed monster fights, and then eventually start giving them the Sengoku drivers to have actual Kamen Rider fights. This whole idea, this escalating ideal that the Yggdrasil Corporation is doing this in a city they've designed and controlled in order to prevent the total death of humanity that they believe Helheim will bring, is only revealed in like the last third. Takatoro talks about how they have the anti-Helheim weapon and everything else, which eventually, Kota goes and destroys with Kachidoki arms because fuck you, you don't get to microwave the world.
Yeah. Something I wanted to bring up with that actually is that with a lot of series, it's oftentimes hard to know where the different acts split. But with Gaim, the 3-act structure is very obvious. You can see exactly when the act changes.
Yes.
You have three very clearly defined arcs. You have the Beat Writers arc, which is the beginning where everything's fun and happy, and there's some fighting going on, but nothing too serious. Then you have, I guess you could call it the Takator arc, where Helheim is introduced, and you hear about the weapon, and Takator is trying to basically do everything. And then
I call it the Yggdrasil War arc because not only is the Rider War still present, but there are two different factions within Yggdrasil with differing goals. Especially the difference between Takatora and Ryoma.
Mm-hmm.
Fair.
The two goals they have are completely different, and both are scheming against the other, with Ryoma having the edge because he's a fucking psycho.
Yes, he is. So fair. You know what? I like that name better. Yeah, the Yggdrasil War. And then you have, I guess you would call it the Helheim arc, which the final arc is the Helheim arc.
I call it that the way I called it was the Helheim succession arc because Helheim is choosing its ruler through Kaito and Kota.
All right. Also fair. Again, you had the better names, but we both agreed that that's the three-act structure we're looking at.
I absolutely agree where the acts are. I just like giving things grandiose names because goddamn Gaim is a fucking masterpiece.
Now, that being said, the only major nitpick I could possibly make, oddly enough, has to do with design. And John, I've talked with you about this in the past. I remember having a long discussion about this when I was at MetroCon a few years ago. The idea of the Genesis drivers is a sound idea. Soda instead of juice, or fruit with milk. The whole au lait thing. That's basically with milk in French. But that wasn't the problem. The problem was, one, the overuse of the sonic arrow as a weapon. I do remember hearing some rumors that some of the suit actors weren't a big fan of it. And the fact that the Gym Bar series of suits were all recolors. When up until those points, whenever a new Lockseed would show up, a new weapon would come along with it. And a weapon variety with the different Lockseeds was something I found interesting. The fact that the sonic arrow got used so much bugged the hell out of me.
The Jinba arms come from Jinbaori, which is a type of haori worn by armored samurai.
Mm-hmm.
And so the reason it was just the Jinbaori with recolors was because he was still always opening orange arms in the Sengoku driver. He was just opening a Genesis Lockseed with the Senyo joint.
Yeah. Jimbar is a lesser issue.
Yeah, it's really more the Sonic Arrow, which, very valid argument. I mean, I think having them, I would say the solution there was, all right, fine, if you need to have the Sonic Arrow, keep the Sonic Arrow, but still have each writer have their own secondary weapon unique to them.
Mm-hmm.
I think that would have solved the issue.
I could have seen that, but while we don't like it from a design standpoint, Monk, you know what it does make sense from?
Cost saving?
No, a story and character standpoint. Not just cost saving. Because think about how a scientist would design the Genesis drivers. And how because remember that the energy lock seeds are not from Helheim. They're created. The energy lock seeds were created by Yggdrasil. So they standardized the process. It's a standardized system with a standardized process. Everything is standardized across the board. That makes sense from both the character development of Ryoma going, hey, I'm just creating these mass-produced things to get them out of the way while I do my research, and also so I'm more powerful so I can do my research. So he doesn't spend a lot of time making things unique. And also, because it is all artificially created and not just taken straight from Helheim and made from Lockseeds of Helheim, it's all standardized. We don't like it. I didn't really have a problem with the Sonic Arrow. You guys have more of a problem with it than I do.
From a design perspective, it's fine. It's more that it got overexposed.
Well, and I understand that, but then Monk, remember that all of the Genesis writers, I guess we'll call them, Duke, Sigurd, America, and then Energy Zangetsu, or Zangetsu Shin as he was called, were made to resemble normal bushi, and bushi were archers primarily. Normal samurai, probably up until like the 13th century, were primarily archers, mounted archers at that.
Mhm.
So, like I said, I get that the overexposure and the fact that they didn't have a lot of variation is a drag point for you. I can understand that. I can also just as easily say it makes sense from a story perspective, a cost-saving perspective, and a lore perspective.
Yeah. Also, it's funny that Mike brings up durian arms when Zan and I had a discussion about how durian fruit
Tastes pretty good.
It tastes pretty
tastes
bad.
good.
It tastes pretty good. It's just the smell.
Yeah.
I've actually
Yeah.
cooked. I've actually cooked a bit with it. Yeah, I can personally attest.
Hmm.
I want to say this: between this and the one instance when I was younger that I got on the wrong side of a skunk, I'll take the durian anytime.
At least you don't have to. At least when eating durian, you don't have to take a bath in tomato juice.
Exactly.
I spent an hour in tomato juice.
I just I love the fact that that this entire series, the most we can find a nitpick is, hey, a design was overused rather than anything else, because everything else is fucking perfect.
And I do maintain that this was him. This was the butcher coming off of his cocaine high, because
Absolutely.
as dark as Gaim can get, it's nowhere near as dark as his earlier work.
Yeah. And the deaths that happened in Gaim served a purpose. Yuya probably being the best example. He was killed off early on, but his death still meant something even way later on down the road.
Because of the fact that Kota didn't know he had killed him until
Exactly.
way later.
And the fact that he realized that, and that's when Kota started to realize how serious things were actually getting.
Yeah, the personal stakes came in, and that only happened after Heisei. He realized that maybe the very first Helheim, the very first transformed person he had killed was actually Yuya, and he was like, "Oh fuck!" He had an entire episode for that, didn't he?
Yep.
I very distinctly remember him having an entire episode of that realization and everything, and also there was the fact that he was turned into the monster instead as part of that episode.
Mhm.
Yep.
But
Yeah, there's a lot here, and he only really realized that after he realized that Heisei had turned into a monster and he had to kill Heisei.
Mhm.
Which, that was sad. Heisei was a cool character. He may have only been around for a few episodes, but he was a good character. The Invest also Invest design. Let's just talk about how while the elementary Invests, the little ones, they make sense because they're coming from the 0-0 lock seeds. The seed lock seeds, they're sunflower seed lock seeds, I do believe.
Yeah.
When we started getting the more advanced ones and things started evolving further and further, and then we get the 3 and then Lord Baron, Overlord Inves, we get some really cool monster designs there too.
Oh
It's like-
yeah, the overlords themselves especially were really well done.
I
I
think there
hate-
was if I remember correctly, they're inspired. Like color-wise, there was a pattern to each one. I remember that reading all the green invests were all based around the 4 cardinal celestial beasts of China. Because we had the
black-
Kurogage.
Yeah, you're talking about black. You're talking about the 4 celestial beasts are for anyone who doesn't know, the white tiger, the black tortoise, the vermilion bird, and the azure dragon.
Mhm.
Yep, because if you remember the one overlord that was a turtle, he had a bit of a snake coming out like the Genbu. We had the dragon and the tiger out there, and then Phoenix, he was there too.
But
But-
moving right along, I am done thinking about it. It's time for drive.
I mean, you're done thinking about it, but but your brain is still in top gear.
It is indeed time to start your engines.
Now,
So this is where we get another element of mix and match, though it's not nearly as pronounced as the previous series because of the whole tire Kokon, the tire shifts.
Yeah.
Yeah. And this is where I think Bandai of America started really digging their heels into their promotional work for the series, because the first half of Drive drags.
It's pretty slow. Although, would you say that's because we're we might have been under the effects of heavy acceleration for a while there?
No.
Oh
No, and fuck you for thinking that.
You know what, Monk? Suck it.
I'm sorry.
I'm giving it to him.
But yeah, this was a series that I remember, and fans of mine will know this. I hated Drive for the longest time in the early
can
part
attest
because
to
I
this.
hated how much it dragged and how much it was so focused on promoting the shift cars that it drove me nuts. And it wasn't until they finally stopped focusing on the goddamn toys and started focusing on the story, which was 20 episodes in, that I finally start actually enjoying the series.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I absolutely love as characters. Shinosuke is the fucking he's a fucking baller. Let's be real here. Shinosuke's a fucking baller. I don't care how many people Go because he's a show off as Kamen Rider Mach. Shinosuke's always going to be better in my particular book than Go. But I am a super big fan of when they finally, like you said, started focusing on the story. When Brain and Heart and Medic all finally start actually doing something.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Hey, John.
And
you
of
hear
course,
that?
Chase. That's when Chase finally starts getting pushed to the forefront and getting his Kamen Rider form. That's when the story started really getting good.
Yeah, when we finally reveal that Chase was Kamen Rider Proto Drive, and then later becomes Rider Chaser.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. That's when I actually started enjoying it. And to its credit, once it got past that hurdle and got to that point, it like the engines have now been warmed up, pun intended.
Mm-hmm.
Like I
because
said, they got out of the heavy acceleration.
Because once they got out of that and they really started going full speed ahead, they did not let off the gas. And yes, I'm going to make every driving pun I can.
Well, when its movie is trying to do a Grand Prix and trying to do one big race, I think we're justified in it.
Yes.
It was a pedal to the metal for the full quarter mile.
Yeah.
And I want to talk about that one movie because then we would have to acknowledge a lot of the other ones around that, and I don't feel like going through an aneurysm again.
I could make you rewatch Brain as punishment.
No, Brain was good.
No, I'm not talking about that. If we have to talk about GP, then we would have to acknowledge the ones from the previous season, and I don't think anyone wants to acknowledge that.
The Tyson movies are non-canon. Fuck them.
Yeah, I think I made that clear when we talked about the Tyson movies when we talked about Shirakura.
Yes, we are done with that shit. But yeah, and that's why I'm glad we don't have to count that as part of this rating, because otherwise, that would hurt.
Mm-hmm.
But no, yeah, and I do agree. Shinosuke, great character. Go, great character. Especially at the end when he gets his moment at the very end. Oh, that was so good.
Yeah,
I loved it.
Go! It says, but the thing says go.
And then Chase, of course, and everything else around it, and just so much.
I remember when I think the funniest thing was when when they found the human that Chase as a roid mute had taken the face of.
Oh yeah, right at the end.
Mm-hmm.
I love that. I love that little nod.
Mm-hmm. Also, I can't say anything too terrible about the triple spit take. How the hell does Steinbelt do why the hell is Steinbelt drinking and how can he do a spit take?
Yes,
He's a genius. He can figure it out.
If he can turn himself
yes.
into a talking bell, I'm pretty sure he can figure out how to make that talking bell
Let's-
do a spit take.
Let's be super specific here too about how Tenjiro Banno Banno in general was a really fucking good villain.
Oh,
It was at that point it was good to have a villain that you hated. Like going before we knew much about him, there was already a tone of we didn't like him.
Mhm.
But by the time he was actually introduced, like it was all justified, and he did nothing to make us like him at all.
Well, and
No.
we needed a central figure to hate at that point, because after seeing more and more of Heart and Brain, and sometimes Medic, the sadistic bitch that she is, that we actually grew to like most of those characters, despite the fact that they were the bad guys. We grew to like a lot of the Roid nudes that weren't complete psychos, because it's almost like they weren't. In fact, it is very much as shown by how Banno treats all the Roid nudes. It was very much that Steinbelt, that Krim wanted to create a really cool, new. He was even considering it a new species almost with the way some of the Roid nude stuff acted. And Banno was like, "How can I turn this into more power for me?"
In other words, you
Yeah.
have a Dr. Light and Dr. Wily dichotomy.
you really do. That's really that's really what you see with these two, and I think that's what really made it work. And yeah, like at that point, people were already starting to express their love for the Roid Mude villain, for the Roid Mude generals. So instead of forcing us to hate them, no, they were like, okay. Instead, we've got this other guy that they already don't like because of how he treated the Roid Mude. Let's fucking run with that and make them like the Roid Mude more and sympathize with them. And want to see them survive, even if though it's not gonna happen, it's gonna make it hurt that much more when you realize that.
If you have to ask me my favorite character in Drive, I have a hard choice between Shinosuke and Heart.
So, given all of that, I would be very comfortable putting Drive in A.
Absolutely.
If it weren't
A
for
low
the
A
long...
only because the first half drags, but I'm not gonna disagree.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
If it
And
weren't
now we
for
get
the
to the
first
F.
half issues, this would have been an S.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. But now
Absolutely.
we get to the F.
Yeah.
Oh boy,
If A-
Ghost.
Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce you to the worst series of the Heisei era, and arguably probably one of the worst Kamen Rider series ever.
Just remember, I'm Takeru Tenkuji. On my 18th birthday, I was killed
Shut
by
up!
a rampage.
Shut up! Shut up!
I will
did-
shut that shit down, bro.
Wait. All I
Wait,
have to say on this, all I have to say for this season. Hey, John, can I go to bed?
Oh,
Because
I'm
it
just
feels
gonna
like I'm
put
going to
this
bed
one
with this.
right here.
Yeah.
Now,
Oh yeah.
I am not
Oh.
putting all of the... I do admit that I have to put in some asterisks, because Toei had the brilliant idea to try and fight a war on two fronts. Because right around this time was Shirakura's pet project, Kamen Rider Amazons, and that was getting the lion's share of the money.
Yep.
And it shows.
Especially,
At least
you
with
can
season
really
one.
see it in the production because of so many close-ups. One of the more annoying support characters, and bringing shame to monks everywhere. And the
yet,
fact that the form concept is something that I was tooling around with a long time ago, and now if I do that concept, people are going to think I'm drawing from Ghost.
So much like how Kubo owes me money, Toei owes you money. Got it.
There's also the fact that even with some of the questionable ones that we've gone to up until this point, they have had an entertaining opening. In one form or another. In fact, I will note with Wizard, I think part of the reason that ended up getting divisive is you look at how the opening sounds, and then you look at the actual story, and it kind of clashes.
Oh yeah.
It does, but it's still an entertaining opening in and of itself. To me, up until this point, I personally felt Forzay's opening was my least favorite. She sounded too atonal most of the time, and trying to go kind of hip hop-ish without really going hip hop-ish it felt forced. I didn't like it. Now, later when she's performed in concert, she actually does a really good job with it, so this is not me going to be hating on it. Then Ghost's opening happened.
Now, if
You go to sleep now.
here's the problem that I have with Ghost's theme, which once again on its own it's not a terrible theme. The problem is that it feels like a theme for not a shonen battle manga, but definitely a shonen manga.
I would actually say more of a. I think YGM in the chat puts it best. It was actually more. It's more fitting for a slice of life anime.
That I
Yep.
could see, and the problem is between that and the explaining his. How many episodes did they do that explaining his backstory thing? Like, what, 20?
A lot longer than that. So much so that we made that a meme for years after the fact.
Mhm. And
It was
Until I put a stop to it.
I was going to say
We
it's
had to.
It was one of those memes where you wanted to do something. You want to make a meme, but you want no effort to put into it. There you go.
It really was.
Which
It was the most
is-
low effort, high return memes we've ever had.
which is funny because there's one screenshot that I've kept in my meme folder from Ghost because it is so reliable.
Go ahead. I want to see it.
Let me see if I can. And I've actually used this image on some people when they try and pull bullshit on me.
Let's see.
Take a look at this.
I remember that line. I absolutely remember that line.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, for a cat, that's right.
Mm-hmm. And
Oh, well, were we not supposed to have a bunch of spoilers? I'm sorry, I don't give a fuck about this series.
mandates passed.
Mandate's
Well, it's
long
also
path.
Ghost. No one's really going. Who actually is going to sit down and watch this shit again?
And this was another series that didn't have a good sense of direction. Like this felt like a Phase 1 Heisei with its lack of direction. It did not know where it wanted to go with its story.
Mm-hmm. And really,
Like,
the only
It
only
also
major
really heavily sidelined its secondary writer. Spectre kind of faded into the background like in the last third.
in the last third because they decided to focus on who they considered the true hero of the series, Necrom.
Which, okay, fine, give some love to the tertiary writer. Okay, cool. But when it's at the detriment of the rest of your cast,
I will, as blasphemous as this may sound to some, though, when has that stopped me? I actually think Necrom should have been a secondary writer instead of Spectre.
Mm.
Oh,
I
I'm
think-
fine with that.
I can see that.
I think Necrom should have had his own show.
Uh,
Alan and his actor are fucking great.
They are.
see,
It
yeah.
was-
he had a stronger
personality.
arc. A lot of the other two didn't really have strong arcs. And obviously in this situation we are not going to be discussing the extra material.
Oh, yeah, because we don't want to describe how Necrom gets treated in one of the worst V cinemas of all time.
Bring
Yeah.
out the trash. Bring out the trash.
But because there's just now, I know it's a tall order to say that something is the worst. But the reason why the thing is with these, even with all the questions or behind the scenes stuff that we had to deal with Ryuki or Hibiki or Decade, all of them had at least some sort of direction that they were trying to reach. It's just that extenuating circumstances did not allow for it. Ghost has not enough positives to put it in D tier, and it has far too many things working against it. Chief among it was the I know this is more of a production nitpick. I really did not like a lot of the camera work, focusing way too much on those shocked zoom up spaces. In fact, I compared it to a SpongeBob episode, which I'm being damning if I'm going that far.
Oh, yeah.
I would also say that makes it feel more like a comedy show than anything.
One of the other things about it is the idea for what the MacGuffin of the season. Yeah, for all intents and purposes, these shows are meant to sell the toys. But even then, this season in particular, we've all seen the memes. They aren't interesting at all. No.
Well, the icons still weren't as heavily harped on as the shift cars were at the beginning of Drive, so...
Yeah, well, the main reason for that is because with every other thing, there was always some, connection to the plot or the characters or the motif that they didn't feel like toys, even though they were. With Drive, they're toy cars. There's no getting around the fact that they're plastic cars. You can't really escape that.
Yeah.
At the very least, with the icons, you have a stronger theme. All the forms being named after people in either historical legend or legend.
Yeah, all legendary figures of history.
Mm-hmm.
AKA icons, which I just figured out the pun to that.
What? You just now figured? Oh,
Wait,
my God.
You just figured out the pun of icon?
Yeah, because here's the thing. Do you honestly think I want to lose any more brain cells dealing with this franchise?
John,
Buddy,
you got a
how
point
did
there,
you...
but still.
God damn it, Rick.
No. Slowpoke. Do we have a Slowpoke meme slow enough for him?
No, he doesn't
not
get
kidding.
Slowpoke. He gets Slow King.
Yeah.
In fact,
The shell on his head.
In fact, let me tell you all a little bit of a side thing that I have to get out of my system. So, there was one particular instance that John is very well aware of because it was one of his early fetal position moments with him and I. You know where this is going, John.
Oh, Jesus.
I think I might, but I also might have forgotten, but it'll still be fun to remember.
Cast your mind back about 5 or 6 years ago, maybe even more than that. I can't remember the exact year. My first MetroCon. I am watching some random videos, and one of them has to do with a bit of a controversy.
Oh,
Visits to the Coast.
I know where this is going.
And middle of it, because we're doing cooldown because it was lunchtime, and obviously you need a bit of a cooldown when you're at the con, especially with all the running around we were doing. And I hear him chime in that he only just now figured out that the fuck the WotC gag that I had been doing on streams at that point for about 4 months the WotC was referring to Wizards of the Coast. And I just stopped and I slowly turned to him and I'm like, no. It took you.
I remember this now.
It took you 4 months for you to realize that when I say fuck the
I think I even said, like, Monk, I'm about to sound like a fucking moron right now. I straight up said I knew what your reaction was about to be. I'm like, dude, you're about to look at me like an idiot.
and Rick, you've managed to eclipse that moment.
Well, Monk and Rick, if it makes you feel better, apparently you're not the only one. YGM just now realized it too.
Oh, so you can both suffer together.
So I would like to point out 2 good things about Kamen
Was
Rider
right
Ghost.
there.
Two good things, just because just because we like to focus on positivity around here.
Of course.
1, the transformation system. All the icons are voiced by Tomokazu Seki, who does voice a lot of transformation trinkets throughout Kamen Rider and Super Sentai and Tokusatsu in general. But it's always welcome to see him because Tomokazu Seki is a fucking badass.
Actually,
2,
hold on. Hold that thought. Are you sure that's who that was?
That's
Because
for one of the icons. Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that was actually MCAT that did the icon sounds.
It was MCAT, but I will double check.
I'm checking I know that I'm pretty sure it's Ore icon that is Tomokazu Seki.
I think Tomokazu Seki is the VA for the parkas outside of the.
Yeah, he might have done the actual parkas, but the actual transformation sounds were done by MCAT. Because he had that rap thing going on.
Okay. Yes.
Yeah,
that is the case.
Okay.
Yeah, Parka goes Tomokazu Seki, all the drivers, MCAT.
Still, my point is Tomokazu Seki.
Yeah.
That's
you
my
still get your point. It's just not quite 100% on point.
Thank you for keeping. As long as we track it. Come on now.
Yes.
Thank you for keeping me on the straight. Now, the other part of it is not only is the pun for icon there, being an icon, as in the icon of one of these iconic characters from history, but icon is I, as in I, and kon, as in soul, as in the eyes are the windows to the soul.
Yeah, that's something that Toei's always been good with. Like like going back to Double for a minute, extreme form. The bird itself was the extori.
Yes.
Tori meaning bird.
Yes.
And of course extreme, extreme.
Yep.
Japanese wordplay.
That kind of Japanese wordplay is always good.
I love Japanese wordplay.
Like that one, I knew that because I remember that little legend. It was the other part of the pun.
Hey Monk.
Yeah.
Mike Shelfer in the YouTube chat says, John, can I join you? I didn't know what WotC was either.
Mike, I am trying not to single you out. I have tried my best for years not to keep picking on you, but you give me so much ammo.
Oh, is this Gun Shield Man?
Yes.
Yes, it is.
Oh, hey! I finally get to meet you! Nice to meet you!
With the man we've been talking about and dunking on for ages, there he is.
The original RVT, Dice God, bitch.
I have to say it this way, Mike. You're a wonderful blonde. It's all the way down into your roots.
As I've said, you don't need to have blonde hair to have a blonde moment.
Yo,
and it's plenty.
And for those unaware, I will reiterate, my picking on him was not out of any malice. In fact, many times I tried to avoid it.
Oh
but
God, Bludgy MY!
But he would do things that would make it impossible for me not to.
Yeah, he did, and he'll admit it. He'll freely admit it.
I also have to say this. Oh no, wait! I don't have to say anything. Oh no, yes I do. We hold this truth to be self-evident that all men are cremated equal. We're an equal opportunity roaster around here.
Yes.
We'll roast ourselves. We'll roast each other. We'll roast our friends. We'll roast the audience. You all get roasted. Period.
Yep.
So next, we will clear this ranking. We will clear this ranking game with no continues.
After all the laughing I've just done, I need to see a doctor.
I love Xaid, but the very first thing I need to point out about Xaid is the very first thing you're likely to be introduced to at the beginning of most episodes. That intro is a fucking banger.
Oh.
I still have that on my Spotify playlist to this day.
I have nearly all of Daichi Miura's music on my computer at this point.
Yeah.
Blizzard from fucking Dragon Ball Super movie regarding Broly was fantastic. Excite is fantastic. Daiichi Miura is a fucking god when it comes to certain types of music.
And
Let's face it, folks. If Daiichi Miura ever has a concert over here on the stateside, you
I'm
can
going.
expect all of us are going to be pitching in money to go to it.
Yeah.
If we can.
You
But-
can't stop me from going. I'll go.
But now I do remember some people being divisive at first because of all the rad jokes regarding X8's design. A lot of that fell by the wayside very quickly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This and Gaim started a trend of weird ass designs leading to amazing series.
Like this one, there were so many things. This season alone, there were so many callbacks to things established earlier in the show that you tend to forget that they were there until they bring them up.
And then, of course, I do have to point out that this is one of the instances where Hojo is a good name.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yep, Emu Hojo.
Emma Hojo. Couple other characters.
Though we do also have a case of victim of its own success in one instance, and that is Dan Kuroto.
Our
The
Lord
god
and Savior.
himself.
Mhm.
Watashi wa Kamida!
Before Poppy
Good old
People,
Genmu.
before Poppy People pops up and puts him into jail again.
But the point is that that first arc with him, it was meant to be he would show up during that time, and then that was it. The problem was he did his job too well, and they couldn't they couldn't bear to get rid of him. And I had called this kind of thing the Gul Dukat effect.
Yeah.
But you see, Monk, Gul Dukat made DS9 better when they kept bringing him in. So clearly Japan's more on the pulse than than a lot of people in the West. Let's be honest.
Yeah,
by just
and
going,
the same
"Let's
thing
keep
kind of
Dan."
happened here because, let's be honest, X8 became even more entertaining when they brought him back and let him go full ham.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, before that he was more in the line of say Kusaka in terms of being the schemer.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Then, but afterwards when he came back, it wasn't a ham. It was the whole Christmas dinner.
It really was. Like once he got near the end and he started really cutting loose before his quote unquote death the first time, that's when people started like, oh, this guy's good. I want more of this. Like, he's dead? No, bring him back. Okay.
Be careful what you wish for. And
Careful what you wish for, because sometimes the monkey's paw makes it awesome and not shit.
Yeah. Well, there was a price we did have to pay. A
And
small one, but a painful one.
the truth is,
having to see his naked ass.
For some people that's not a price. That's a what's the word? Oh yes, gohobi, a reward.
there's a small part of me that would have loved to be a fly on the wall when it came to being on set for that day, where he has to be buck ass naked in the Japanese wilderness.
I'm willing to bet that he had something on to cover himself up.
It was likely a flesh-colored fundoshi of some sort. Usually,
I'm willing to bet. They would not have him standing out there full frontal.
At the
doing
same
that.
time, though, depending on when they were doing it, it's fucking cold.
also true. But
Yeah.
and John, you are right. They would not have him out there being full frontal. He's not piloting Sinanju.
I walked into that one.
Yes, you did. Maybe you should rake yourself.
I think I'm going to.
Also, Kyoryu points out that he's a trained and licensed pharmacist, so life imitating art.
Oh
There
yeah.
you go. But aside from Dan Karoto, all the other cast members had, all the other writers especially, but all the cast had great characterization. all the way around.
They were unbelievable people. Is a big one.
Yeah.
And I know some people have some mixed attitudes about Masamune Dan, but I can't deny that he had the best reveal as far as villains go of this era.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I mean, a whole lot of build-up is about how this legendary warrior Kronos might be needed when it comes to this, and it's ripped out from under them.
I will say this. For the type of reveal, yes, this is the best instance of that type of reveal. But for the best reveal, I have to disagree only because of the next series we'll be going into.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I can't argue that. I cannot argue that.
For this type of reveal where, we're going to need Cronus, and then all of a sudden, no, Cronus is actually the bad guy. Yeah, that is definitely a fucking... It was a great way to do it too, and they did it with enough lamp shading that if you had looked hard enough, you could have picked up the signs. But if you weren't paying attention, that with what do we usually call it, autistic attention to detail, then you weren't going to catch it, and you were going to get blindsided, and that's fantastic. That is good writing.
Yeah.
And as far as grading goes, I'm not comfortable with putting it at S. I do think there were some stumbling points with the during Kamen Rider Chronicle. Also, the whole thing of Nico. But I think this is
It's solidly an A.
A.
Solid A.
So, with that said, let's begin the experiment.
Jiken no Hajime-oka. My other favorite Kamen Rider out of all of Heisei.
Hey, I'm not gonna other with that line.
Hold on. Let me phrase this correctly. My other, because that's double Gaiman now build.
Yeah.
Don't mind me. I'm just shaking my full bottles that I have right next to me.
Now, in terms of build, had probably one of the most defined worlds that had been shown in quite a while at that time.
Yeah.
With the idea of the wall basically splitting Japan in three.
The good old Skywall. Also, let's just because I do have to say this, because once again, for some reason, this X-Aid in this just the first thing you're ever introduced to at the beginning of most episodes, those OPs are fucking bangers. Once again, Be the One is definitely in my playlists. That song is so good.
And bonus points to Beverly, because she actually went and made an English version of Be the One that is actually good.
It is.
Like,
I have the English version on my Spotify playlist as well. It's that good.
like I find this, like, anytime the actual artist themselves naturally does the English version, it usually is good.
I'd like to disagree with that.
Usually, it's not going to be always good, but there's a better chance.
It's not
Here's the
easy
thing.
to do one song in two different languages like that, because you're dealing with completely different cadences.
I've
Yeah, but they're
heard
natural.
there's a couple times I've heard good English covers. TM Revolution did a good English version of his song "Naked Arms" from the Sengoku Basara series.
Yup.
But I've also heard, like, every time, like, ever since Part 4, JoJo's Bizarre Adventure has been trying to do English versions, like official English versions of their openings, and they leave a lot to be desired, to be honest.
But it's like those who, like, correct me if I'm wrong. What's the nationality for Beverly?
Filipino, I believe.
Okay, Filipino isn't like isn't that like English like a
Southeast
very
Asia.
common?
Yeah,
English is pretty common in the Philippines. This is true.
Yeah,
So-
that's why she was able to do it. And it wasn't the only time, too. She actually went and did the same thing with, again, from Fruits Basket, from the Fruits Basket remake. She did an English version of that one, too.
I'm trying to think. What was the? You know what? We just talked about him, and he did an English version of Blizzard for Dragon Ball Super Brawly. Daichi Miura also does English really well.
Kind of wish he would have done an English version of X-Side. I would have added that shit.
You know, I might as well go check that while we're talking about this.
Yeah.
If you find it, please send it my way.
I will.
That being said, obviously you have that. You have some very well lampshaded mysteries. I think I remember in the early days one of the big mysteries was who the hell is Bloodstark?
Yeah.
Because they did a very good job of making it ambiguous until it's finally revealed.
Yeah. But this was again another easily definable 3-act arc.
Like the first two, you can easily tell because the first two were dealing with the other parts of the separated Japan, and then after that third arc, it really began when the true villain made his presence known, or took his true form, you could say.
Yeah, because we got to talk about Evolt.
Evolto is the best fucking villain, bar none, in the Heisei series.
Not
I
only
can't
that, but
really argue that much.
Unlike a lot of villains, he is somebody who unabashedly enjoys himself. And
Yes.
there is no bigger fan of Evolt than Evolt.
Like,
Hey, Evil, who's your favorite villain? It's me.
like in a way, and this will be a bit of a stretch, because in similarity, he's a lot like Kefka from Final Fantasy VI. There's no reason for his villainy. He is just a villain for the sake of being a villain. And sometimes that's all you need. Like, he doesn't have a purpose, or there's no backstory to why he's evil. He's just evil.
The only differing factor I'd say is that Evolt is not a nihilist, and Kefka very much was.
Yeah, it's not 1-to-1. I will definitely agree with that. But but that whole idea of he doesn't need a reason to be evil. He's just evil.
I mean,
it's in his name. Evil, the evil.
I mean, that's also a reference to evolution as well.
Right.
Evolving evils.
Again, there's that wordplay.
Wordplay. Yes, exactly. Japanese wordplay is a goddamn godsend.
There have been people who made jokes about him being a DBZ villain. I could only see that in terms of all.
You
the
haven't seen
forms.
my final form? Yeah, that's the meme, Monk.
He had let's see. He had like 3 different versions of Evol, then Black Hole, and then Final. So a total of
don't forget he also did Mad Rogue and Cross Evol.
Yep.
I mean, one of them is on the damn screen. And when it came to that particular story, I will admit that one was a bit iffy as far as the follow-ups. But I do appreciate that it followed it leaned into a trope that I happen to be very fond of. Even evil has standards.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Evolto definitely had standards. Also, pointing out Cross Evil on the screen after you've already told me that he represents me in the GeekWatch. Monk told me that back when he first got the image. I'm like, I approve. I will definitely be Evolto. That's fine.
Yeah.
But I think the best thing that we see other than Evil has standards is that because Evil has standards, even though his entire race is all about destroying things, he does eventually come into conflict with them because his standards are different than theirs.
Like, he still wants to destroy the Earth, but he wants to do it on his terms.
That and he doesn't. I'd imagine he doesn't like people kill confirming.
He doesn't want his older brother to kill steal from him. Yes.
And it's much like the reason that you'll notice that anytime somebody has a clear shot to try and take out Batman, Joker is either incensed or tries to stop it. It's like, no, nobody's doing that but me.
And even Joker doesn't want to kill Batman, but that's the point. He's like, no. This, I still want to have fun with him. You can't take him from me.
But even with that, I'm kind of 50-50 about whether or not I would put Build as A or S.
Say this is the third S in Neo in second phase Heisei.
I
said that there were 3 series, and that's where I'd put it.
Yeah, I'm trying to think if it should be an A, but I can't really think of enough.
The only way I could say that we would downgrade it to A is if we take into account the things outside of the main series where the story is finished in V cinemas, and we aren't considering that, so it's an S.
Mm-hmm. But then we get to our final entry. So, UI, our 20th rider, ZO.
Yes. Their
Zio's
attempt to try to do
concept-
Decade right.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, it was a way better attempt than Decade, let's be honest.
Oh,
That's why I said that. It's their attempt. It was their attempt to make Decade right.
I
And-
really loved the idea of the concept, but as the concept continued, I started to hate Sogo more and more. I don't like our main character.
Sogo
he
is
gets
not.
annoying after a while.
I get what he was. I get what they were trying to do, but Sogo.
Monk,
Go ahead.
Monk, let me just put it this way. Sogo feels like Lucky.
Not as annoying as Lucky, but I see where you're going there.
The same
Yeah.
feeling. I didn't say the same character.
Yeah.
And
no, I
Sogo
see it.
feels like he's too happy-go-lucky, relies too much on things going his way as a slight plot armor, and they tend to. He feels like an idiot Red.
And that being said, I did really enjoy the arc that Gates went throughout this series.
Someone who had it locked in that Oma Gio needs to be stopped. You can understand his reasoning for wanting to do the things he does, because he has seen what Oma Gio has done to his world, to his timeline. He wants to desperately make sure that doesn't happen. And if that means having to kill the happy-go-lucky Sogo, he will fucking do it. But as the series goes on, even he starts to realize Sogo isn't the Oma Gio I know. And I don't think I want to kill him anymore. I'm still worried about making sure that future doesn't happen, but he doesn't seem as desperate to kill him, even when others are trying to influence him to do so.
And to kind of bring that full circle, the thing that ended up making him go into that transforming to Oma Gio ultimately was Gates's death.
And at the same time, this was a different Oma Gio. This wasn't the same one that had completely wrecked everything, as evident by the ending. You know, say what you will about timeline bullshit. I think this was the one time they almost got it right.
Almost, but I think the one thing that really fucks it all up, the one thing that really screws everything here, is the introduction of another villainous group for no goddamn reason. Like, the Time Jackers themselves could have just stayed as the Time Jackers instead of being some sort of... they could have been a cat's paw of Oma Gio from another timeline instead of suddenly becoming the real bad guys. They were never believable as the real bad guys. Never.
No.
I was like, what? The Time Jackers have been fun. It's like, every time we saw the Time Jackers, they felt like the middle generals.
They did.
And then we learned that Schwartz has been trying to steal Tsukiyomi's powers the entire time and shit. I'm like, what?
And what?
None of that makes fucking sense.
The whole thing of her supposedly being this key to everything at the last minute did not help matters.
That was
that was a bit of an ass pull.
That was straight up an ass pull. That is what we call a Deus Ex
terrible.
Machina.
Especially the fact that I had heard some rumors going about that. There was a lot of, when it came to Tsukiyomi's rider form, there was a lot of fighting backstage in terms of how to introduce that and when, which is why it came out in the penultimate episode. I don't know how much truth there is to that, but I could certainly believe it.
I don't know what the truth is. All I know is that
I will say
there was
this.
promise, and we lost it.
There was definite promise that was lost in it. a number of the tributes they tried doing, up until I would say before the use of another Zeo, I would say those not the best, but afterwards, a lot of those I preferred more. With only like
I
a
get the
handful.
sense that they probably were still struggling to get previous actors back and really create good stories, because, like, especially in the early going, there was a lot of times they literally just used old footage from past series and reworked it to make it seem like there was, or just shot from an angle so that you couldn't see the original writer's face. Like Forze is a perfect example.
Oh,
You didn't ever, they clearly shot that so you couldn't see Getaro's face
like
because they didn't
both-
have Getaro's actor back.
like,
yeah,
the only
because
people
around
we were-
that time he was filming filming the live action Bleach.
that was the thing. They couldn't even get his secondary because he was also in there, which also hurt. So they had to get the teacher who, in a way, it makes sense he would be close to Gentaro to get it, but even the other two students.
Kira's blaming Kento Shimayama. He definitely deserves his share of the blame, but I'm not going to put all of it on him. This is more of a consequence of the fact that trying to do these big crossovers is wrought with logistical problems, which is why when we did the reconstruction for Decade, we tried to minimize
Ditched it.
that.
We basically ditched it.
Mm-hmm.
Now,
But if we look at some of the ones after Zeo, another Zeo, some of them felt better in terms of a conclusion to their respective series. I'm looking at the Blade one. I think that was a better ending than the actual ending. Like, it felt proper to them.
Mm-hmm.
but as I stated, all of these are AU compared to their original series, so none of them are actually canon. My biggest issue, I think, is that Omazeo was the one hyped up as the biggest bad, and that it was Sogo fighting himself. And I wanted to see that fight. A Sogo who upheld his ideals versus the Sogo who abandoned them to become Oma. I wanted to see that fight. That was the fight we were hyped up for, and then we never actually fucking got it.
Yeah,
No.
you could have had two Omageos fighting each other, and then when Arsogo wins, you can continue the ending we got, where he's like, "I'm not gonna be you. I'm gonna change things so that we can have that ending."
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and that would have been way better. And the Time Jackers still could have been around, and they would have been, like I said, almost cat's paws. They would have been his pawns. And maybe even, and you may have even been able to say that, oh yeah, maybe Tsukiyomi was from the Time Jackers originally, and she left when she realized that Oma was bad, and that's why she went to go look for Sogo when he was still young. There are hundreds of different ways you could have tied the Time Jackers to Tsukiyomi and still kept Omazeo the bad guy, and made it all make more sense, and not fuck the pacing, and not fuck the story, and leave endless, countless plot holes open. I'm so fucking angry at Zeo, and even its V cinemas don't close those holes.
Now,
No.
I will note a couple other things. One is the fact that Zeo could be considered a redemption of Decade, because he ended up stealing the show when he did show up.
Tsukasa was a fucking badass in all of that.
Oh,
That's true.
I hated Tsukasa in Decade, but I'm not gonna lie, I love Tsukasa and Gio.
Mm-hmm. But speaking of people who stole the show, we got to talk about Waz.
You
I wish Brother Ace was still with us. He would
Whether
have
it
been
was
able-
the original Waz that we got to know throughout the series, or even White Waz that came in later, his charisma was just unmatched.
Mm-hmm.
He gets up there and shows dealers with the likes of Dan Kuroto, which
Wagaho!
the second we got both of those on the screen, I'm like, we should have gotten more. Especially if they had him appear later on in the show, where after we got more used to Waz being himself, and his actor got more time to develop the character.
And I will admit I did get a bit of enjoyment out of the those in between net things that they were doing because they found interesting ways to do a bunch of in jokes. And
They
Magenta.
even called out a lot of the complaints that us fans had with the franchise.
mhm.
It's not pink, it's magenta. It's pink. Magenta. Are you trying to come on to me?
there
Tell me.
there was also now, admittedly, the idea of treating past writers as armor of a sort with those forms was something that didn't quite work as well as it maybe should have. Because some of the armor forms looked ridiculous.
Yeah, some of them looked pretty cool. Like, I think Build looked pretty good. Denos was
Build-
pretty good. But they did my boy double dirty
Yeah,
in more ways than one.
a lot of
Oh,
them
yeah,
were
I know.
very top heavy. I will admit I did like
Eyes looked
Wizards.
ugly.
As a Fies fan, I am disgusted. I want a refund.
Fies got fucked over. XA didn't do much better. Like, some of them just
And I will
looked
never
like,
forgive them for what they did to Kiva.
Ugh.
I'm going this way. Grangio looks ugly as sin.
I get
I
what they were
understand-
trying to do with Grangio. I think I heard somewhere that they wanted that the idea was to try and do something like a Tibetan temple.
No,
Yeah.
this isn't just Tibetan monk. This is specifically the type of statue murals you find at some very old Buddhist monasteries depicting all the bodhisattvas.
Mm-hmm.
And it's fucking like, I understand why they wanted to do it. It looks ugly as a statue.
I will say
It does.
There's a reason there's a reason they make it a wall mural. Now,
Can I say
ideas
this
I thought were
on the
cool
final form? Can I say this
were,
on the final form?
what?
I wanted to say this. I've made my opinion clear to John and Monk. I personally think ZO2 should have been the final form because that looked like a better final form to me.
No, I'm gonna argue that. Honestly, Gio Oma from the movie should have been the final form.
Yes.
I'll
A
agree
lead
with that.
in into Oma itself. I think that was a good cross point.
Mm-hmm.
I would say that of the forms that he got, the ones that look good are probably Kuga looks okay. Build looks okay. I mean, it mostly just looks like Build with a little bit of Zeo stuff on it. Ghost looks okay, but that's also because they didn't do much with it. And then, of course, in the Decade armor, Decade Build actually looks better than normal Decade. Decade Xaid looks absolutely much better than normal Xaid because, of course, well, it splits him into the right and left forms and actually looks okay.
The thing I want to say
Decade
with-
O's and Decade Ryuki look okay.
The thing about the Decade forms, though, where for all intents, when you look at it, is the original suits they were making the homage to, but they switched out the chest armor.
Well, yeah.
That's much like how Decade would always just look like the writers, but have his belt. So it's not really. It really makes sense.
Yeah.
So if you like the original suits they were homaging, you won't have a problem with the Decade form.
And
Yeah.
I will admit that as far as upgrades forms go, I did get some enjoyment out of Gates Revive.
Ooh, yeah.
Yeah.
Because you have this easy switch between a power and a speed form. It also provided a nice counter argument to the whole, well, you can't win against me. I can see your future. Just because you can see what's coming doesn't mean you can dodge if I'm faster than you.
Uh-huh.
But admittedly, the final arc with Schwartz, things really fall apart with that, and him being named Schwartz around us does not help matters. Because you could say in the final fight that Sogo's Schwartz was bigger than his. I also will note that the idea of the Sogo that we're following not being the actual Sogo as hinted at in that movie, dumb move. I only have to bring that up because they try and hint that things like the Daimajins and the like are from Oma. But
Well,
I think the problem was, and this is a problem Decade had to an extent, they had a conclusion in mind, but they hadn't given a whole lot of thought about how to get there.
Yeah, I can see that.
That seems to be a storytelling problem that a lot of series have, where they know where the ending is going to be, but they don't know how to get there. This is actually, I brought up Code Geass earlier for that exact reason. Code Geass has that same problem. It knew what they knew what the ending was going to be. They knew that Lelouch was going to die. He's going to sacrifice himself to finally end the corruption. They didn't know how to get there, and that opens up so many plot holes along the way when they try to fill that gap in.
Mm-hmm. I will admit I did enjoy how Code Geass did it in the end, but I can see your point.
I mean, Code Geass didn't do it in the end because we have Resurrection of Lelouch.
Yeah.
Which is actually a really good story. I encourage everyone to read it.
Mm-hmm. Now, that being said, as far as where I would grade Zio, I think
C or D.
I'm thinking
C.
it's
C.
going in C. And the
I
reason
can take that.
the reason I say that is because the benefits and the drawbacks in this case ultimately cancel each other out. As opposed to
no, I agree with that.
Yeah, same here.
the other C's, Agito and Deno, they were ones that if it weren't for very, very significant drawbacks, they would have been higher up on the list. When it comes to Gio, the two of them cancel each other out, so it goes right in the middle, and right in the middle is a C.
Yeah. Side note, Cure. I'm not talking about the movie. I'm talking about the manga, and also the representation of Resurrection of Lelouch that was in Super Robot Wars 30. Suck it.
Mm-hmm. Now,
Moving on.
now that we have a spread, I'd like to open up a couple follow-up questions. One of them is what would be one entry in the Heisei Phase 1 or Phase 2 eras that you would consider to be overrated, and one that you would consider to be overhated?
In Phase 1?
In both of them.
Okay.
I'm looking at this as a whole. Which ones do you think a lot of people put way too much of a pedestal on that it doesn't deserve, and which ones do people give more shit than it deserves?
Hibiki for overhated, Deno for overrated.
Overhated?
I'm just going to start with Phase 1 for now, Monk. That's all I'm
Yeah.
saying.
I'm going to do my Phase 2. Overhated? Forze? Overrated? That hurts 'cause I can't think of one from like all the ones that
I didn't
are.
say you guys had to separate it between Phase 1 and Phase 2.
I know, but I'm trying to
Yeah.
be fair to each 10 because if I were to compare all of them for the same way, honestly, I can't. The ones that are overly talked about is well deserved, so I can't say that for Phase 2. Phase 1, overrated. Kind of have to go with Agito. Like, though I've heard a lot of people say good things, I couldn't get into it. Over.
I mean, if you want one of each from the entire Heisei lineup, Monk, I'm still gonna say overhated Hibiki.
Yeah.
As for overrated, Zio. I hear it talked about all the time, really positively, in a lot of circles. I'm gonna have to call it overrated.
I can respect that.
For me, overrated, like in general, both Phase 1, Phase 2. For us, we obviously don't agree. We obviously give it a fair rating, but based on its popularity, I gotta say Deno. Deno gets way more love than Japan, especially, than it ever deserved.
Mm-hmm.
And as far as overhated, I'd go with Wizard.
Ooh,
Mm.
yeah.
Like I said, I've constantly seen people every time I go on any kind of social media, whether it be Twitter, Reddit, anywhere. I keep seeing people bash on Wizard everywhere, and I'm like, did you guys watch the same series I did? I mean, I'll grant you it's not the greatest, but it's not bad. Where's all this hate coming from?
I think
will.
this is why I don't let people get away with using expectations as an excuse, because
Right.
I've seen plenty of cases where people use that and they've built up this idea in their head that doesn't match reality. In recent weeks, I've been seeing that with how some people have been reacting to the Final Fantasy XIV TTRPG, and I am working on a video talking about this. That
Fun.
a lot of people, for some goddamn reason, think that it was intended at some point to be a 5e hack, when that was never fucking stated at any point, and 5e is not even that popular in Japan, so there wouldn't be a fucking point.
Yeah,
As for me, go ahead, Rick.
I'm going to amend overrated. I'm going to hit. Don't know. I'll have to say that.
But
Underrated.
you mean overhated? And
Overrated. Overrated Dano. Overhated Forza.
I back in the mid 2000s and early 2010s, back when livestream.com was still a website. Who remembers that?
Yo.
I do. I used to stream off that.
I would stream fan subs of Tokusatsu shows every fucking weekend on that to my friends personally from my Facebook back when Facebook actually mattered. I have watched every Toku series from the Heisei era, Sentai and Kamen Rider. And when I say something is overrated, it is a series I watched once and would never watch again. I watched Zio once. I don't want to watch it again.
Mm-hmm.
When I say something is overhated, it's a series that I would watch again. Hibiki is one I would watch again, even with all of its flaws. Because Hibiki has a very interesting premise. So that is the basis for my ratings for anyone who is curious.
Mm-hmm. What about you, Coops?
Overrated? Shoot. Honestly, I'll probably have to say Xaid. Overhated? Forza.
Yeah.
Overrated Xaid?
I think you're gonna have to justify that one, buddy.
I want to hear the reason, bro.
Dude, I'm part of this one small Discord server of Kamen Rider fans that won't stop sucking the dick of Xaid. It's ridiculous. I like Xaid as much as the next guy, but the dick suckers kind of just screw it all up for me.
Okay, so this is a case of confirmation bias. Got it.
Yeah. Now,
I get it. I can see why.
For me, I will note the method to my madness with how I qualify overrated and overhated. Overrated is when you're dealing with something where people are praising it to high heaven, but they're more praising the idea of it, or praising it in isolated pockets, or isolated pockets of the totality of a given work, rather than the reality. When it comes to overhated, this is where people talk all about how terrible and how how it is the absolute worst, which is a very bold thing to say about anything. But they're not talking about they're not talking about the reality of the work, but rather a third-degree impression, a folk demon, if you will, of what the work is.
A copy of a copy of a copy.
Mm-hmm. And yet, I watched Armchair Expert's stream on the whole Offkai thing the other night. He did make some very good points, and I do recommend anybody who has a passing interest in that, or even regarding VTubers, to watch his videos.
Mm-hmm.
Especially the ones he's done on the Niji Sanji shit shows, because he has a background in PR.
Mm-hmm.
But when it comes to overrated and overhated, for me personally, when it comes to overrated, I would actually put Ryuki in that, because I have over the years seen a lot of people talk up a storm about how mature Ryuki's storytelling was, how much cooler the writer war is in that manifestation and the like. I'd imagine a lot of it is people having rose tinted glasses, especially in the wake of that movie that was done in celebration of Ryuki's 20th anniversary, because Japan loves doing anniversary specials for any anniversary that's a multiple of 5.
Yeah.
But now when it comes to overhated, if I were to put one in on this, there's a two-way tie going on when it comes to overhated, and that is between Hibiki and Wizard. And I'd like to put it down to one, but the problem is both of them have two strong arguments about the overhated factor. Because in both cases, you're dealing with a lot of people who are hating on the idea that they've conjured up in their heads about both, or are focusing on things that are ultimately inconsequential, like the question of whether or not Hibiki counts as a writer, which is, at this point, cope. It is huffing that copium. Because of the fact that it's doing something so different, and because of the whole armored writer concept in early production, which we don't know how much of that is actually the case, because there hasn't been any early drafts or the like that's been available to the public, as far as I'm aware. So where the line between a non-common writer thing and it becoming a common writer thing happens is a question we'll never get the answer to. And because we won't get the answer to that, I have no reason to speculate on it. Now I'm not saying that, and for that reason, between the two, the overhate that Hibiki gets isn't as strong of a case as the one that Wizard gets. With Wizard, a lot of people focus way too much on either the design or a lot of things that don't match reality.
The designs in Wizard are fucking Kino. What the shit?
I've seen that because of, I guess for some people, the fact that it doesn't do the large eyes thing makes it verboten. You and I have seen this plenty of times about how people have this idea of what is required within a long-running franchise that ultimately amounts to a inflexible dogma and a toxic dogma, as it were, i.e. the whole design by gospel that we've talked about.
But they're even wrong there. They say, oh, it doesn't do the large eyes thing. Yes, it does. The large eyes are facets on the gemstone face. Are you just what? Aneurysm.
And we broke.
Ah!
And we broke.
My brain. Why?
Careful, you're speaking Anguish.
John, popcorn.
The sad part is, I see both arguments, though I definitely agree with Zan's rage on this because it is a dumbass argument.
Yeah.
Well, okay. I'm going to go one step further, guys. I'm going to go one step further. Each different form, flame, hurricane, water, and land, has a different gemstone shape to the face, which changes the shape of the eyes each time.
Yep.
Zan,
It even does
Zan,
that in Super.
Zan, calm down. I'm here to agree with you. I'm only going to stress what their point is to show how dumb it is. All right?
Yeah.
I am not here to argue with you because, trust me, I agree. It is a dumbass argument. Here's what they're arguing. When you look at every other rider design, I mean, for those of you who are watching the stream, just look at the 4 characters I used at the splash screen. The eyes pop out distinctively because they contrast with the rest of the suit.
Whereas on the right side of the GeekWatch image that you can see behind the splash, that's Fireform Wizard. And I'm telling you,
Flame Dragon specifically, but
actually, yes, it is, because of the red's on the outside, not on the inside.
Yes, but and here's where your argument is valid, because that's what they're arguing, is that because they don't stick out, there's no eyes, or there's no distinctive eyes on the suit. It is a dumb argument because, as you said, the facets are supposed to create the eye design, and it's there, and you can clearly see it. I saw it when I first watched Wizard. I'm like, oh, okay, that's cool.
Stupid people make me angry, Mike. Don't try to tell me to enhance my comm.
We're going to come over there and enhance your comm.
I'll enhance your comm. Oh, I will.
Mike, I think you got... Mike, do we need to remind you the last time you had to roll initiative in a situation like this? You ended up in bed for 3 days.
In fact, Mike, let me give you a warning. I'm the same height and size as Monk. You didn't know this, I'm sure, because you don't actually know me. I am the same height and the same size as Mildra. So, if you'd like to be given a tombstone pile driver by a man who is 6'6" and can do that, I will.
Honestly, I think you get off on that. Oh wait, no, that's Varric. Never mind.
But getting back to the argument at hand here.
Yes.
And the other reason why this makes it more asinine is the rings themselves signify this.
Yeah.
If you look at the rings, not just the shape, but the fact that he has to flip down the visor things.
Exactly. Oh, I love that part about the rings too. The rings is so cool in Wizard. Come on now.
It's designed to kind of almost hide the fact that they're more than just cheap-looking jewelry. Let's call a spade here. They're supposed to look prettier than they actually do look. But the whole idea is that you flip it down and it creates the helmet design, and you see that there's eyes on it now. That's the whole point.
The Wizard rings are the best.
Yeah, agreed. I like them. I love the Wizard rings. That's a cool idea. And you know what makes them really cool? Is how they use them in the toys themselves. The fact that they have a special light in them that has no batteries and relies on the signal from the belt to power them.
It's early NFC technology is what it is.
Yeah. One of the other things about it, and this I remember hearing from TJ, like if you go to a vendor who has like a bunch of the rings and the gashapons, you can easily figure out which one is there because the infrared can go through the gashapon. So so TJ said he and another guy, it was just them putting gashapons up to their drivers that they were wearing, and you were just hearing all these noises coming out. Well, and if you didn't know, it was just a bunch of guys putting gashapon eggs near their gut.
Monk, Cure says I don't sound 6'6". Would you like to disabuse him of this illusion?
Yes. I keep hearing that. Exactly what does height sound like?
I'm wondering, right? That sounds like a dumb argument.
I've seen big men have high tenor, almost falsetto, alto voices. Yeah, that means shit. So
it's like when people say that that Lashley's voice doesn't match. It's like what is he supposed to sound like? He's supposed to do a lowest level baritone.
I'm offended by that.
Then again, the guy with the deepest, a certain idiot with a deep voice, probably is shorter than us.
Do you have any idea how little that narrows it down, Monk?
The Ivory Tower guy.
Oh, the Cowman.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
But
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Cure. Did you want me to sound more like this to match my height? Did you want me to sound more like this to match my height? I can keep going lower if you want me to.
Yeah. But
Anyway,
point
Rail.
is,
I need
the thing is that this is going through these different seasons and this sort of experimentation is always fascinating, especially in the face of the narrative that some have that there's a certain look, a certain style, a certain idea that has to be adhered to that doesn't match up with the reality of the situation. And that's why I wanted to tackle this kind of thing. Now, that is as strong of a coda as I'm going to have for this episode of GeekWatch.
This is one of our longest in a long time.
Mm-hmm. Now, as far as what we've got next, we are going to be talking about movies next week, in a roundabout sense.
Oh dear.
And that will be a fun adventure. There's also the fact that this Tuesday, Zan and I will be doing a special episode of GeekWatch, along with our good brother adventurer Alm, who's been on the show before. Alm was always his name, but Rabbit Sensei kind of stuck, and he's trying to move it back to that. Though people are still going to call him Rabbit because that was just supposed to be the nickname, not the full name.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, I do have a couple of interviews that I'm going to be doing throughout the week. And this Saturday will of course be the return of the Cloister. So please look forward to all of that. But until then, on behalf of the good brothers present and not present, my name is Mildra, I am your gaming monk, and join the watch.
Thank you.